Fuck, hello, raiders! Welcome on in. Totally did not jump scare me. How is it Sun Zero? Welcome on in, Doodle Raid! Hello! Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid at the start of my stream. Thank you so much. Hi! Hello! I hope you had a wonderful stream. Did you have a good stream? If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so, because your health is the most important to me. Otherwise, I just hope you have a good time here. I'm a little discombobulated today because I have to work on some NDA stuff. Unfortunately, it's not 3D work, but still fun stuff. It was fun. I'm so glad. Thank you again so much for the raid. It means a lot to me. It was a good wake-up call. Faces back that you finally found. I'm in a sing-songy lovey-dovey mood today. I do have to go though. I hope you have a good stream. Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. Hello right now. Oh, you and me on Tuesday. Yes. Okay. I fucked up stuff, I think. All the stars will be gone. That's what I'm here for. Okay. Opening the wrong folders. Opening the wrong programs. Okay. Delete the verticals. Those can stay, I guess. What I wanted from it all. That's what I'm here for. Hopefully this is good. There we go, there's that. Okie dokie, that should be good now. Now I need to work on, I don't have to blur it for now. I need to blur it when we get to the commission, so I will get there in a second. Well, I love what's it like in New York City. I'm 1,000 miles. Girl, tonight you look so pretty, yes you do. Can't wait for my new microphone to come in, but I think I have to wait till tomorrow. Cries. Only export. Follow our voice, it's my disguise. Oops, wrong one. Oh, what's you and me? What you do to me? This one, I'm just gonna grab stream title, stuff around video scripting, live 2D. Hi, I'm here for the best stream ever. Hello, Canadian. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Me over, I have it all. Okay, I think that's all the stuff for that. I just have to post the go live now. Doing these, but also a special secret. Then other jobs. Ow. Make fun of us. Started learning the Godot engine, which is a new coding language as well, to make my new game in. So it's been a hard day, but I got fuck yeah. Hey, progress, even if it's hard, is very rewarding. So I'm very proud of you. Good job. Good job. Good job. Mwah. Good job. Oh, Delilah would be gone. I'll miss me more years, and we'll be done with school, and I'll get history like I do. Okay, I think now I can blur my screen because it's time for me to work on the commission. Okay, now the question is if I... Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what you do to me. Well, that's weird. Okay. Oh. 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 Okay, now if I were to do it, I think it would have do. Boop, boop. Yeah, that works the way I want. I technically have a combat system working, but the UI is a little bonkers, but it's working, so it's a start. Hey, working's better than nothing. Let me tell you what, working's better than nothing. Janky's better than nothing. I need to take my meds. Right through the cracks. I'm trying to get back. I've been at it for something. What is this? Ready to get my turn. Doing some modern song. Oh no. Oh no. One of my headbands fell. I don't know where it went. Oh well. Hopefully I don't run over. I don't want to run over it. Oh. The opposite direction than I thought I'd be. Okay. Got to switch up the meds. Got to put the meds over here. Wanna see like me? Open up your eyes and then you'll see. Oh no, I love, love, love. Just one big family. Sometimes we'll take a mind to be in love. Love, 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 love. I won't hesitate. No, no more. It can't wait. I'm sure. Oh! I dropped one. Oh no! Fell in my lap. My time is short. Is out. So we watched One Piece this weekend. Ended up watching 6 episodes instead of 3. Not a bad movie so far, I will say. I'm excited to watch more of it. Whoa. My face itches. Whoa, oh, 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 I'm putting too many meds in places. That one's fine. This one's fine. Too long taking my tongue in the mirror, bending over backwards just to try to see it clearer. I fogged up the glass, and I drew a new face, and I laughed. Just need one more anxiety med in there. Oops. Pain is our virtue, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. Alright, cool. We're Gucci. Gucci, Gucci, Gucci. Alright. time is short. Keyboard feels weird. I feel weird. Oh, it's because your thing came off again. Okay, that's fine. Ba-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-dee. Boop, 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 bitty, boop, 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 boo. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, so I think I want to do this part first. It's only still in here. And then, I have to make a new rotation thing. No. I might keep all those actually. Let's see where it leads. It will raise. Songrequest breathing a yellow card. Ooh. That's. We're good, official Manticore. You can't. But that's not how our Songrequest work, buddy. Yeah, it's a point redeem, but it's pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap though, so you can get it in no time. At the time, wherever you go. Okay. There's a video that I have to watch. I've never rigged something like this. It make me feel this way. So they did. Start to my toes, make me swing on my nose. Okay, they did that one. Okay, so let it know. You can smile, please stay for a while now. The time, wherever you go. Okay, there we go. So we made the rotation. It has everything in it. I don't think it's gonna need a deformer in this way that I am thinking. Okay, so create parameter -180, 180. Parameter spin, and then we take this guy, and then okay, so. And we take this guy, and the angle is -180. Here it's 180. And here it's 190. -190, yeah. My face. Actually, I'm very interested in the way that they do their part project. Deformer log. I actually quite like the way that they do theirs. Yeah, I've been doing that. And I don't know why. So afraid. Inspector tool details. Forget who you are. A face in the mirror. I need your grace. I want this on the side. You stay around and pick up the pieces of this heart. Hold me in your arms. Okay. So now we do the thing with the thing. Now. Come and breathe into. Oh, strange. I think I missed it. Ah. Hi, Kiwi! Thank you so much for subbing a tier 1 for 10 months! 10 months! 2 months off of a year, actually. Hog! Welcome, man. I hope you're having a great day. Hold me in your arms. I think yeah, choose that there. I can feel you. Definitely not dyeing my hair green. Do it! Sounds awesome. My soul was in forever. Am I doing that? Yeah, no, I did it right. What was it? Ellipse? Thank you for the check-ins, everyone. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. The bees. Ellipse. Ellipse. Points. 9. Was the scale any different? No, it's just 1. Okay. I did this wrong. What did I do wrong here? Oh, this is. I'm just too good to be true. There you go. I think that looks right. This needs to come out though. Okay, I think that's correct. I don't think we'll be deforming it at all. Oh no. And then the output, we add the 10 shaking 1, and 0.01, and then I think the last one needs to be 0.01 as well. And then we do increase output. Okay, this needs to be 12. And then -6. 6? Okay, now if I wanted to spin slower? So what if this was like 50? That makes it slower. Zero. Let's do like 25. Let's do actually -1 to 1. So 10 is too fast. So -3. 30. And then -6. 6? Okay, let's do. There's a reaction time actually change. Make this 12. Reaction time 8. Hello, Jester. How are you doing today? 3. What if we did -10? Well, the song is a good song. Hope you're having a wonderful day, by the way. It's still spinning too fast. Your heart, you just want your heart. Just want your heart. Let's go back to 6. Oh, I'm currently waiting for the bleach to eat the old hair dye off my head. Be sure to use moisturizers. 5. So 24 is not the answer? My overall acceleration being 2. I am good. No, that's 1. I like spicy noodles. Yum! I hope they are delicious. Let me boost this. Okay, what if it was 1, 2 instead? Do 2. So what happens if this does this? I think that's working the way I wanted to, actually. I do think that this needs to go in here, maybe? Want the world to see, so don't think that they understand. And everything's like to be broken. I'm confused why the reaction time is kind of off. Nice overall acceleration. I decided my dry throat is from recycled air at work. I didn't cough once while I was on vacay. Very possible. Very possible. You could take more breaks and go outside if that could help at all. I don't think that they understand. Yeah, I don't think that helped. Reaction time is 1. I was not cold enough to enjoy the outside yet. Damn. Unfortunate. Let's restart this. It's going back though. Okay, let's do the -6. 6 instead. Are you working on secret art today? I am. I have a commission that makes it so I can't show what I'm working on. The warm air or no air, and you choose to suffocate. Sometimes it's just what we have to do. So like 6. I don't think I'm smart enough to understand how this works. Also, I need like a black background or something. Does he? There's right to be forgiven. There you go. Now I can fucking see. That has to be 100. What if it's negative 10? Does it make it faster? I'm wondering if the duration in this has to stay the same. I think it does. Taking influence. What if this one back down to 1? I think the smaller the reaction time. I lied. We'll meet again. Hello, Boofy. How are you doing today? Maybe this effectiveness. I know we'll meet again. How's everyone? I'm pretty good. Kiwi's suffocating himself at work. Buster's dyeing their hair and Jester's making some good old spicy noodles. Wait, I have a question. I made this 20. Away. Will you please say hello? I'm sorry. I meant like Kiwi suffocating at work in a bad way because the air is bad. Be happy to know that it's you, so we go. I gotta see this one more time. We'll meet again. Oh no when. Don't know when, but I know we'll meet again. On sunny day. Is it angle now? We'll meet again. And this was 10. We've got anime plot, whether it's overused or not, and there's a little fan service. Put them on phone. I won't have a word. Tell them I hope they're having a great day. Keep smiling through it. Why is the screen so blurry? Because it's an NDA. I can't show you guys. A secret. Would you prefer it not to be able to see? I can also go over here. Where's my model? There you go. I do it that way, but then I have to. You do it this way. I'm not drawing a hardcore porn bot. That's not how it works here. Okay, angle was not the way to go. Okay, just make sure. Restarted. Let me change this back to what it was. 6, 6, 6. I have to change my task list. Missions. Commission. I'm gonna remove the rest of these. Is this better? Would you prefer me being here? Let me sway forevermore. Then you can't really see anything, but oh, it's doubled. Oh, it's doubled. I'm stupid. I think it's better in my opinion. Okay. I feel like I'm in the wrong position though. Like I feel like I'm a bit big, you know? Dun, dun. Hey, everyone, I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're having a good day, buddy. Gamer coworking. At least this way we know why we can't see anything because of the list. Understandable. The list. I think this is much faster than the client wanted it. Fill my heart with song and let me sway for... Yeah, they wanted it much slower. If I wanted to make it slower though, how does that work? Hello, Taylor. Welcome on in. This is not what I was looking for. I was using satellite, but otherwise everything is slower than changing the duration. So there is no spinning speed and direction. Hey, Elaine, guess what? What's up, Vex? Chicken butt. Oh, damn! Chicken butt. Okay. Is it bear chicken butt, though? Hello. Hello, Taylor. Mwah. Good day. Good day. I think this got faster. I was gonna joke about not being in the session on Sunday because I had better things to do, but the bad joke crashed my browser, so I took it as a sign. Hey, hang out with our friends. Focus him, you got him. Shrimp! Yay! Someone would dream shrimp.
I like chocolate milk.
I like chocolate. It turns me into shrimp.
I love refrigerators.
What's that?
I love refrigerators.
What's that, brother?
Yeah, I saved this, okay. I turned into a shrimp. That's what happened. I turned into a shrimp. Nice crayon. I turned into a baby little shrimp, little bit of baby shrimp. Do you like it when I'm a shrimp? I like it when I'm a shrimp. Speaking of shrimp, I'm removing baby model. No more redeem baby model because we have too many models. Hello, Shopee. I saw a lot of you showing off the shrimp over the weekend. They're pretty good. Yeah, they're pretty good. But none of them had a bow like me, though. I bet none of them had a bow like me. I stream because I forgot you are totally fine. Do not worry about it. Do not worry your little baby buns about it. Shrimp. I don't have I need to make an eat toggle really quick. I make a few toggles, actually, I think. This one. Move model. Move, select, record. Co-working. And then, hold on, let me go to the hub really quick. Like here, I think. Or regular. Move model select. Default. And then a yeet. Fly with me, let's fly away. Yeet. Model position. Redeem, select. Yeet. Really panic because I have chest pain after drinking something with caffeine in it. Oh no, oh goodness. Well, drink some water, you know, just take deep breaths if you need to. Alright, working. Yeah, your heart. It's likely just heart palpitations. If we were having a heart attack, you probably wouldn't be able to type right now. I'm gonna be honest with you, but I'm sure you're gonna be okay. That was me when I had my first large monster. Yeah, it's probably just some accelerated heart palpitations. If I had to guess, so you're probably okay. Just try not to drink any more caffeine. Okay, I might have been when I had to. I can't remember. That reminds me of a story of when I was in college and I drank two 5-hour energy drinks in 1 hour because I thought that it wasn't working. And then I died. You up there? Dying is not good for your health. It isn't. Dude, that shit will kill you. Surely it will. More caffeine will fix this. No! Stop it. I will time you out if you threaten to hurt yourself like this. Don't do this. We don't acknowledge these kind of things. These are bad for you. More, Sheppy. I'm kidding. Good. You better be kidding. I will knock your door down. Hello? Hello? I'll stop, okay? I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you. Because I don't understand, and you don't want me to be sad. Sorry, I'm like making my little hotkeys for this model. Which, you know, I should have done in the first place, but I kind of forgot. This is the wrong one. It's a position. Positions are red. Under my skin. Oh, I'm walking. Okay. Oh, I just realized something. Okay. I'll restart. Did I fuck something up here? Did the shrimp have a big stretch? I did now. No, it's shrimp time. Why is it bad that I'm a shrimp? It's a good thing I'm a shrimp. I'm an awesome shrimp. Okay, chest being gone for now. I'm glad. I think that's better. I think maybe I'm doing it by too much. Let's do it 20. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, it's still too much. Oh, if my method is right, it should be -9. Ah, my brain! Not my brain! Not my little shrimpy brain! Okay, maybe -6 or so. Thank you for the papas. Thank you for the papas. Okay, wait. Okay, so I was using the idle animation for this, but it was causing issues to loop when I wanted to play another animation. By the way, is there a way to make it slower than other than changing the duration? If I set the duration to be too long, it doesn't manage to get going in a spin, at least not a reasonable time. I have the same problem in the description. Spinning speed and direction can be changed with angle input, but I tried it and either doesn't work. I'm doing something wrong. Okay. Then let's set it back to 12, 6, and 6. Let's change this to -30. To 30? I need to read this. Maybe it's a scale. Okay, that's not. Nope, I fucked it up. Chat. Okay. -1, 1? Still too fast, and now my headset's dying. Why is it so slow? Oh, maybe I have to reset. And then increase. I don't understand why it's getting stuck. Shouldn't be getting stuck like this. Decrease the output. Long time. Actually, what if it was -6, 6. Okay, so maybe instead of 25 or 57, That's not 6. I love this song. I love this song. Do you guys like this song? Everything. Try this one. This was a fun one. If I just leave you. And they put the thing on it. The parameter is set to repeat when targeting. Huh? Maybe with a wellness check. How would one make it slower though? Maybe the songrequest. If I just lay here. Let me go back. Okay, let me go forward. Spinning speed and direction can be changed with angle input. Interesting. I'm so full. Did you have good food? Wait, the spicy noodles good. Bruh, the husband walked in, farted, and it left its rant, and my mouth is burning. Oh god! Fart spray 'em. Buy military grade fart spray and spray 'em. Slay here. Ooh, yeah. Nuke 'em. Nuke 'em with your butt. That's chemical. That's not a fart. That's it is chemical warfare. This is true. Country road, take me home to a place I belong. West Virginia, come to mama, take me home. Country road. Bow, 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 bow. Is that better? Because now it has something that makes it like heavy. Country road. They do. If I do whack them, they won't cook nights. They're trying to whack them. Yeah, whack them after dinner. Whack them after dinner. West Virginia, country mama, take me home. Country road. I'm trying to figure out how to make a circle. That's a video that was not supposed to be there. That's very scary. I'm gonna bite him. Good plan. Good plan. Good plan. Good plan. Good plan. Oh, take me home to a place I belong. West Virginia, country mama, take me home. Country road, road, take me home. Good war meeting, ladies. All is fair in love and war. Virginia, mountain mama. FTD. What was I just looking at before? There was one I was looking at before. Okay. Oh. So wait, if I did edit this to be on repeat, then it would just go, yeah. Okay, so I gotta go animation. I gotta make a new scene. 2-second loop. 2-second loop. How do I scene 1? Start like, whoa. Beautiful skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you. They did like a 2-second thing, so I'll do a 2-second one. Okay, so maybe we make it like 4 seconds then. Stretch it. Stop it, stretch it. 4 seconds. Take this whole thing, stretch it. 4 seconds. Take you and me stretch you out 4 seconds. Okay. Wait, what? It needs to be longer? I think that needs to be longer. Give me the thing, you son of a bitch. All the way to 10. I'm gonna do 8. I'm gonna quadruple it. Did they wear a trimming? 180. Maybe at 4 it is like. Let's try 6 seconds until it gets to the next 180. Oh, she's got freedom. No place we don't break you. Yeah, I like that. So let's go back. Oh, no trouble steeping. Okay. No. I'm not supposed to tell this me. Supposed to say you're all so tough and you're okay. I want to rename this scene. How do I rename it? I don't think I can. Okay. And then. Okay. So I go playlists. Okay. Nope, and the transfers. Oh, thank God it was short. But what? What are you watching? Okay, now if I go here. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Raise. Ooh, pain's back. Drink some water. Take deep breaths. Remember this. But I'm barely breathing. I left my rank party to help a former student. Interesting. Okay, I see. You're supposed to say when you're watching something, you're okay. I'm going to tease you. Bro, I gotta send you a progress pic of my hair. Yes, do it. Send it to my DMs. I want to see. Thank you for sharing, Buster. It means a lot that you would share these moments with me. If I was off a little bit better in my savings account, I too would be dyeing my hair. We could dye our hair together. I dye it on stream. I'll save as start. So this going. And now if I do this. Oops. Yeah. So this is the raise. I got mine touched up the other day. Ooh, what color is your hair? Time to put my brain back. Time to put my brain back to class time. I still want to work on my personal project. That's valid. I commend your creativity. Mwah. Have a good time. We'll hang out with us after, and we can all work on creative things. I am clicking the wrong buttons. I keep clicking the wrong buttons. It's blue with some white. Ooh, pretty. I wanna do white, like my VTuber's hair. I wanna do that. Looks like the sea. Ooh. This makes sense, but the animation's too fast. The animation's still too fast. I'm gonna have it go to 8, I think. Yeah, but it feels like the animation speed is different. This is my favorite place to hang out when working on coding stuff. It's a sad time this place isn't up during the day. Wait, you mean during nighttime? Or daytime? Wait, what? Kids! Buster, is it wrong of me to say that you have, like, strawberry hair right now and it's really cute in my opinion? That's so cute! I love it! I want to bake something now. I want to make, like, strawberry shortcake muffins or something. Face reveal? What? When? Where? It was a Buster face reveal. For me, because I'm special. Because I'm special. No, it's not wrong. I love it. I actually really like it though. Are you gonna dye it? Like, are you gonna keep it that way, or are you gonna change it a different color? It's nighttime for me now. It's 6:16. I want a daytime stream. Oh shit! It's nighttime for you. That's evening though. That's evening though. It's in her DMs. It's in my DMs. It's in my the East, yeah. It's so weird. Like, the 3-hour difference is actually quite stark. I think I made that a bit too extreme. Made this a bit too extreme. I need to be more subtle. Yeah, there you go. And then in their example, it wasn't spinning differently. It was. Oh my goodness, chat. I'm in my class from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and I'm awake at 9. So I have a long day before I get to this stream. Well, I'm with you. If I could make this a full-time job, I would be here from when you wake up to when you go to bed. Probably. Or I definitely would be streaming earlier. If I could make this a full-time thing, how many subs would I need to make this a full-time thing? I would love to be here the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, I'm gonna be honest. But in order for me to do that, I'd have to pay rent, at least. Plus bills? Hold on. I gotta do the math. Math. Old rent was like $600, $700? $700, $800 at the least, I think? Because I think rent was like 7 something. Now I'm getting help from my roommate, but I don't want to be doing that. Hold on. Hold on. I have to go to my bank account. Good thing my screen is hidden. I'm like keeping this color. It's gonna become green. Ooh, that's gonna be sick. And sell out brand deals for big money. I'm not gonna sell out. I'm not selling out, you goober. I'm doing what I gotta do right now. It's just I have 3 affiliations. I was like 250 a sub plus cons, but make stuff way less. And stuff make that way less. Honestly, subs like 250. So 250 comms. Like 250 subs, but my commissions make it way less. That's valid. The problem is like, is that how much? 250 times 5? 250 times 5 divided by 2? Because Twitch takes half? If you're a partner, that goes down to 70-30 instead of 50-50. Yeah, so right now, I'd still need more than that though, wouldn't I? Because, hold on, how much was I paying rent before I got help? Where the fuck is my thing? Oh, this is the wrong part of my bank. Because I want to be able to be stable enough that I can pay the normal. Was 650 my normal? I don't think it was 800? 800? It was like 800. It's saying 750, 800, 800, 650, 650. It was 650. So my rent is 650 plus the... Oh, I need to do my new expense sheet for this year for taxes. Fuck! And I'm hungry again. My parents scolded me not to eat out, but we have like nothing to eat at home right now. Well, if it's your money, who the fuck cares? If you're hungry, you eat. So much money talk, it hurts my head. Don't worry. 750. It was 750? 750? Are you sure it's 750? Because in June I was playing. In May and June I was paying 650. And in March, so it was 650. And then, oh my god, I haven't opened this thing in forever. Read and bills, and bills? If I could afford it, I'd be a tier 3 milk drinker. Oh, my brain. Okay, okay, sorry, I'm sorry, it's more than rent. Okay, 750, 750, 750, 750 times 2 divided by 5. We need 300 subbies a month. I'd have to have 10 times the viewers I do now. And it's 300 subbies a month. And then I'd be streaming like subathon time? Maybe, I don't know. But if you're partner, it's like 200. Yeah, if I was partner, it'd be 200. So, as it stands right now, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this full time, but maybe someday. I need to pay off my credit card though. I just saw the number and it's giving me anxiety. Time to drop big money the moment I make big money from— yeah! I'd kiss you forever. I have to pay off my credit card. Please hold on. Please hold. I have to pay off my credit card. Redeem towards account. Credit card next. I want to use this many points. I've saved up points. Get your sub count on screen and let people know what you need to go full time. Yo, we gotta get late money up, but I can do this full time. I'll wait, no, I'd have to put this on okay, I'll do it. I really gotta go to the bathroom though. Thank you guys for believing in me. It means a lot to me. No lie, no cap. I really gotta go pee. Guys, I have to go pee. Go piss, go thank you. I'm back. What did I miss? What's happening? Oh no, what is happening? Oh my fucking god, what is happening? Go piss, girl. Okay, no, yeah, I saw this. Go piss, go piss. If I ever won the lotto, I would thousands and play a late to full streams. So I love you, Vex. Mwah. If I won the lottery or made big money, I would just hire a lady to work on game stuff and let her stream so I could hang out here all day. Oh, Vex, you should. My boss saw this. Oh no. Oh, Kiwi. He looked at me and said, I said you're both special, and he laughed before walking away. Gotta run. Well, you're all special to me. So, it's okay. I love you guys. It's like full time streamer goal, I think is what it would be. Full-time streamer goal, and then it would be out of like 300. Alright. Oh. The fuck? Why is it cropped? Did I crop it? I think I cropped it. There you go. There. Now, to know how long until I can stream from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. You guys know. Oh, wrong.
I learned about water sports today.
Yeah, was it cleanly? Was it fun? Please tell me it was cleanly. Please. 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 Oh dear. Oh dear indeed. I lost a friend. I'm along in the bitterness. Wait, why was water sports condemned? Elaine, water sports aren't usually cleanly. Stares blankly into the abyss that is this conversation. Hello, hi Rain, how's Neverwinter? Or how was Neverwinter? I don't know if you're still playing Neverwinter. I'm trying to copy this whole thing. Paste. Good, still playing. I hope it's fun. I hope it's a good time. What the fuck? Well, there isn't a type of water play that is clean, just not. There is a type of water play that is clean, just not sports. Smile? Why? Why does water sports get? Wait, do you not know what water sports means? Because it's not kayaking. Does it mean like pee-pee play? Does it mean pee-pee play? Oh shit, I'm copying around. Oh no. Does it mean pee-pee play? Starlight rotation. Halo. Rotation. Good lord, you guys are setting off. You guys are setting off! I'm trying to get 5 more followers so that dad gets me Texas Roadhouse. Guys, if you haven't followed Havoc, please go follow Havoc. If we can get him, apparently 5 more. I hope this is the right thing. Yeah, there you go. If you go follow Havoc, we need 4 more followers so Rain can have Texas Roadhouse. Go give her Texas Roadhouse. Raise. Stars. This is going to be the Halo rotation. No, it's Rain. Rain? Get Rain? Oh shit, go follow Rain then. Oh, my bad. Perfect Rain. I'll have to wait another minute 30. Well, they'll already be there, so like, you know, figure it out, chat. You're smart. You are smart babies. Oh, fucking Christ. Goddamn, I can't read. No, I can't. Reading is hard. Spin. But it's okay. It's okay. Is it the minute 30 minute now? Oh my god. Reading is for nerds. Reading is for nerds. Oh. Another 27 seconds. Sending out those business emails makes me want to uninstall Brainy C for a while. I forgot. Until I forgot. I forget it happened. Understandable. But if I couldn't read, I could have made an addictive video game for all you beings to enjoy. That's valid. I can't read. I just help make the 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hopefully it works. God damn it. God damn it. I have to retype it. There you go. Go follow Rain. She baby, but she cute baby. Alright. Hi, Sachiko! Edit parameters. Spin 2. Array rotations. Change to spin 2. Edit parameter. Repeat. Okay. Spin 2. We're gonna have this be delayed by 10 seconds, I think. Be negative 180. And that means this needs to go over to 810. Who's behind you? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Sashiko, I like to read. Yeah, chat reads for me. You guys read for me. Alright. And then now this should work. I think. This needs to be a full frame over. Maybe? I think. Is it? It seems so alive. What? How does it? Aw. Huh? Let me beam my eyes into your brain. Thank you. I bet you have very pretty eyes. You might be beautiful. Elena actually has a little gnome who she pays an M&Ms to read all her chats to her. It's true. It's true. It's true. How did you know, Vexed? Oh, I think this fixes it. I think actually they start at the same time. They start at the same time, but one. Yeah, there you go. Save. Now I play it. I might have to make the breathing rays more extreme. Yeah, and then we play it. If I put a Spotify link on the song request, that works too, right? Yeah. The Spotify link works. The Spotify link works. You don't have to do the whole name and stuff. Honestly, that's preferred because then the bot won't make a mistake. I just need to see if this other ring also. It does rotate, but it rotates much slower. Replicate parameter. This one. You can be all of the people, and I don't want to lose nothing to lose when it's you. Array sparkle rotation. Ooh! Yes, good song. Okay, so this one would need this. here to be negative 180. Negative 180. 180. And then edit parameter, this is spin 3. I decided if I should bleach again or if I should start dyeing it. You're going green, right? I would give yourself a little bit of time and then do it again, because if you do the pink with the green, it'll become gray. Unless it's a really saturated, green. Founded by his crust. Ooh, how about we just listen to the epic musical? Hold on. I don't listen to it. It is really saturated. How about you do a test strand? Because I'm worried that it might give you a bit of a faded green. But it might be okay. Why didn't y'all tell me combat boots fuck so hard? I feel like a total they do fuck. They're just very heavy. That's the only thing. They're very heavy. I'll bite you but cutely.
Huh?
Huh? To see Penelope, will Lamachus, will live through his way all the dangerous. Fuck, that was loud. Oops. And I'll become the monster. I'll flow. I'll become the monster. No, I'll become the monster. I like how it was before, but doing it like this means that. Oh, I know why it's happening. Oh, I know why. It's this one. It's gotta be like this, I think. If multiple dozens that owe me a favor, I'm gonna ask them to pull your teeth. My teeth? Why my teeth? Why my teeth? I didn't do anything. I do like this. The same to you. Not the teeth, please, not the teeth. I like my teeth. It should be obvious whose teeth shrimp don't have teeth. Yes! 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 Thanks, Kiwi! I have to try. easy, who needs to pretend? Cause it's no funny, let's just think about it, honey. Let's just fall in love again. In 3 days. Oh, I think you'd be fine then. Buster, I saw the picture that you sent me. I think if you're using a really saturated green, you'll be fine. You'll come out with something like this, I feel like. It's a very maybe. I don't have that color chart that most hairstylists do, so I'm also not a hairstylist, but I'm pretty sure with color theory, I'm pretty sure they'll look great. All the time. Why is it starting there? Fall in love with you again. Don't have to try. It's not easy to needs to pretend. Well, because let's just think. Let's just fall in love again. Discussing first. So this needs to be 180. So still shrimping, I see. I was redeemed. I guess I could just undo this. I forgot I could probably just... Yeah, I didn't really think about it, I'll be honest. Yeah, okay. I fucked something. This one. And this will be at 20. Make this. Could I say attention to this before? Yes, 1 second. So make sure I got this on the 20 mark. Okay. I'm looking. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Yeah, whatever you do. That's good. Alright, update that our new hours are starting at the end of the month. I'll keep you posted if I change my schedule. Sounds good. For you. Oh shit, it's 360. Monday. Yeah, by the telephone. Never came. All I needed was a call. Never came. Oh, bursting out this sky. What's the name? It's the making of the logo with the little tree and the crown points out background with some texture, something probably not as black, but as well. But I think it would give it a little. Okay, so you just want to me make a icon for social media? Is that all you want? Losing her. Yes, please? Okay. Yeah, I got you. I'll do that in a minute. Who I am, who I'm not, who I'm gonna be. I just want to get this rotation stuff on. Lost and insecure. You found me lying on the floor. Around me, surround me. You know what? I have another idea. Duplicates. Race spin. Early morning. Early morning. Sparkle spin. No letters, but some kind of nerve. All I was. Made a halo spin. Thank you for the song request. Delete. Yes. Who are you, just an insecure? Save. Queue. Playlist. Spin animation. Spin anim. Oh. Vex, can you? Oh no, I'll play it. I'll play it. It was. I can do it. I can do it. It's this one. I found the song. Don't worry about it. I was just looking for a Tato song that I was on my For You page today. I wanted to listen to it. Maybe we gotta feed this thing, no problem. There you go. I was just looking for. I was Bird Brain. The Bird Brain song. I think that looks good. Cool. Thank you, Vex. Thank you. It's in the queue now. Thank you. Okay, I just want to make sure that this is how they do it. The sparkle spin is way slower. So how would I make it slower? I know how to make it faster. Okay, what if we made this 40 maybe? Let's let me in. Okay, actually, you know, we're making it 30. Stopping at 30. That makes sense to my brain. Okay. Now. There you go. Now that spins as slowly as I think it should. Now, this spin needs to go to 30 as well. But I think it's twice as fast. Thanks for the song request. There you go. Actually, if it's 30, 15, it has to go to 15. Half of 15 is a number that I don't know. 15 divided by 2 is what? 7.5. It goes here. Yeah. Wait, if I stop this at 15, actually? I'm getting a new phone and internet packages for the same price, but I'm now paying by like 500. Fuck yeah! Fucking love Vocaloid. Tato is technically Utaloid, but still. Still. Okay, wait, hold on. Now it's as slow as it, so 15. I think I know how to do this now. 9. We do like this one at like 4 instead. 4, and then this one at 8. See? Wait, that was my epic song? I had a knock at the door. You did. You did. But I can add it again. We did it! Thank you, Biff. Of course! Have a good time at Texas Roadhouse. Happy belated birthday. Okay, so somehow I still have to make this spin. So what if we did it to 10 seconds then? I assisted in the chaos. Thank you. Thank you, Devouring. You are very much appreciated. I love this song a lot. Enjoy the rolls. Now Havoc owes everyone in chat Texas Roadhouse. Fuck yeah, bro. Where's my Texas Roadhouse? I want my cinnamon rolls. I want my roll, buddy. I don't know how to make this slower than one another without fucking it up. Spin 360. Yeah, other than like stretching it, but that's not what I want to do. I'm back and I feel like a terrible person. I'm gonna cry. Oh no, what's the matter? What's wrong? What happened? What happened? No, it's not gonna work. I had to feed a snake. Oh, do you not like feeding the snake? The snake spook ya? Sorry if it did. Fortunately, that's just how the animal kingdom works. Sparkle spins at 30. I think this is off. 30, then it needs to be at 15. That's correct. There's 20. And I'm the one who has to kill it. Oh, goodness. Do you have to feed the snake? Is this a thing that you have to do? I would also cry. To be fair, I would also be crying. I also cannot do that, personally. That would destroy my emotional state. 30. Look, I hate snakes. They make me freeze up. The only thing on this planet that freaks me out more is for some reason. I didn't kill its food. It's still weird. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Ooh, yeah. At least you could ensure it a quick death. This is true. Vexed is correct. 30, 15. Since we're 2. No, because then it's off. 0, 0 is. 180 is 10.5. I went to 30. Ever can't, because if she did, she'd end up torturing it out of empathy. Maybe just don't have a snake then. Maybe the best solution here is just not to have a snake. No, that's not right. Take it up with Amber. Bet. Bring her in here. Bring her in here. It's 0, 0, 180, 360. 90, 180, 360, 90, 180. This last one needs to be 180. So wait, the back. This one, 360. 360 plus. Calculator. Plus 180 equals 540. 540. Save. Shit. She feeds snake, I just kill it. Laura, I don't know. Buy frozen mouse. I know it's not the same, but it's just buy frozen mouse. And it stops there and it goes back. Interesting. Snake won't eat them. Snakes are picky eaters, unfortunately. This has to end at. This one has to end at 360. The fucking snake is a menace to a society. Open your door! Hello! Open your door! And how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. How was art? Did you have fun with art? Hammy raid! Welcome on in, raiders. I'm currently working on a Secret Life to Decommission, but I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. Hi. 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 Did you have fun with art? If you need a rating rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you have fun vibing here. I did not hear Hammy raid. Am I bad at reading? Maybe. Hammy raid. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hope we had a wonderful time. I'm trying to figure out how to make this do the thing I want it to do. Hey, Raid! We were drawing my midi from Honkai Star Rail. Ooh, very pretty. I like it. I hope it was a good time. That's not what I wanted. Why won't you let me? Especially because that's not what I want either. Sign in. Sign out in. It's not doing the thing I wanted to do. How would I have an animation? Am I hearing auto? You are! You are! Because chat, lovely chat requests songs and we gotta get to listen to them all together. As long as they're on Spotify, of course. Okay, I think I need to redo this. So Halo spin. I'm just gonna move these from the race spin and the sparkle. And now we're listening to Epic because a viewer requested it, but they missed it. So I'm playing it again. Auto big love. We love Auto here. Is this as fast as the client wanted it? It's like a bit faster. It's like a fifth. Halo spin. How long? Okay, wait. How long does it take for him to do one cycle? The only one whose eyes I haven't crossed. 10. It takes 10. The snake is a reincarnate of blank. I swear I'm suffering. Love, that's just how snakes are. Snakes are picky eaters, and I'm sorry that you have to feed them. If you don't like feeding them, you should talk about that to your roommate. If you don't like it, then you shouldn't have to do it. Auto world domination? True! Can't wait for it. It'll be the best world leader, I believe. Alright. Let's see if this spin animation is on there. Why did it not repeat? Why did it not repeat? Is it because the duration? In what world would I buy shelf-stable bacon? A post-apocalyptic one. Probably. That's what I presume. Business is mercy upon ourselves. Wait, how do... looping animation live. Set to see Penelope and Telemachus. Why shelf-stable bacon with fresh bacon is so much better? It is, but it could be cheaper. Also, depending on where you live, it could not be a thing where it's like sustainable. I'll become the monster. The monster. I'm the monster. The monster. it loop. I don't understand why it's not. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. 515. 180. Is that right? No, it's not. How is it not continuing? One back, one in? Or is it one out? Yes, you could have all the hubs. Okay, so I just have to keep doing the math. 360 plus 540. And then goes 5, 10, 15, 1T, 540, plus 180, 720, and then another 5. It's here, 720 plus 180, 900. I wonder if this is how you're supposed to do it. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Oh. Plus 180 is 1000. Okay. Oh. 1080. Okay. Actually, I think these are all meant to be straight, and then as it goes into here, it'll like curve into that. So. Me plus that. Okay, now we do the rays, which start at spin to 0, and then we'll go to its duration needs to be 30. It seems to turn into the sun. Okay, so then we want it. Okay, how many rotations does it take for this one? Oh god. Like 12 seconds? 12 seconds? 12 seconds? So 12 seconds for it to do the full. I think 360. And 6 would have to be 90. And that'd be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one would be 360 to 360 to 540. And then 720. So 8, 820. 26. 26. 540, 720. Hey Bessie, do you think of it only if you are going to make commissions out of it? If you're not, you should do it through the free trial. Yo, Lane, how you doing? I'm good. How are you? How are you? Make you believe, make you forget. If I've been working on stuff, understandable. Did I do this right? 6 to 6. Oh, it's because the thing isn't smooth, is it? Pause this now, yeah. My lord, what the fuck? 6? One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. I'm under 21. It's okay, Vex. Soon your birthday will be here that you could buy the wine. It'll be okay. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. What the fuck? My brain is not braining. What the fuck is this? Not 90? No, this is 180. Oh my god, I'm stupid. 180. Oh. Oh my gosh. 180. 360. Devils and God, will you come on? See? Singing sha-la-la-la. Singing sha-la-la-la. Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm calling you smallest faith and desire with the swing of your hips. Pull me down hard. But I moved out. If I yell at 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Open your door! Oh my god! Oh my god! Hello, how is the poker bands? Oh my goodness, hello, how is the poker bands? You have a good time playing Pokemon? Did you get any new Pokemons? Did you get any new Pokemons? If you did, feel free to tell us about it. If not, I hope you enjoyed your time regardless, and if you need a raid and run, feel free to do so, because, you know, we love you. We love you, and thank you for hanging out and raiding. And open your door! I'm at your door. Open your door! Oh my god, hello. Hello, you! What'd I do? Does Elaine have a favorite Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon is Gengar. Gengar is my favorite Pokemon. Gengar is my favorite. Smart. Well, welcome on in, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you had fun in Neverwinter and in Pokemon. If you guys haven't followed Lab, remember Lab is a sweetie, adorable supporter of VTubers, and Rain is Havoc's daughter, so be sure to check him out. Right as I was getting off stream, I found a shiny Pog. What kind of shiny? Shiny for what? Gotta go Texas Roadhouse? Have fun at Texas Roadhouse. Havoc, it's not my fault. Really isn't my fault. 540, 540, 30, 540 plus 720. Welcome on in, Raider. Hey, you owe us all. You owe us all some of that good old cinnamon bread. But thank you guys over here too, of course. The evolution of Giffarig. Ooh, what? What? I don't know all the Pokemon. Hold on, let me look it up. Oh, it's the giraffe Pokemon. Oh, I've never seen its evolution. It's cute. I like it. Oh, the shiny is really pretty. I like the shiny colors. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. I hope that you enjoy his shiny colors. His shiny colors are very cool. I quite like them, actually. I like the blue little snout. The blue little snout is very cute. I quite like it. But yes, I hope that, you know, it was a rewarding end of stream with the little gift of the shiny. But yeah, if you guys have anything, I'm here, you know, I'm just chilling, hanging out. I'm trying to get the spin animation to work the way I want it to. But it's hard because my brain is small. I don't know if this is working the way I want it to. But we'll find out in 10 seconds as this animation loops. I think this works. I don't know how to make it loop perfectly, though. Because when I look at the graph, 0 to 90, 0, 90, 180. Oh! Wait. Wait, Elaine has a new idea. I think Elaine might be a little bit. I think Elaine might be a little bit stupid. Over my head, on my everyone knows I've been over my head, over my head. She's all your mind. Okay, and then that one. That one stops though. It seems like the other one doesn't, this one. Which I'm presuming it's because I wonder if this helps. I feel like it will help the smoothing out the curve, and I really wish I could show you guys. I think this will help a lot. And we belong together. I'm just gonna make sure it does a full rotation. Sign in. Damn it, what's the matter? What's the matter? Sign in. Why is it not? Can't have it both. That fucking shucks, brother. Okay. I think it'll look better that way then. And we belong together. 0, and then here. So the only way over the river is the day I was gonna smuggle some wine and forget about their dealing the opening of the footpath over there to them. Oh, I mean, is an Uber expensive over there? It changes per city, so I don't really know if it's like more or less expensive. Okay, there's one thing that I have a problem with within the raise itself. Okay, now how's that? Okay. So the overbar is at least not worth. Hashtag not worth. I'm sorry, Pookie. I'm sorry, that ain't worth it. I'm sorry. Maybe next time. Maybe next time you see your parents, you know, you just smuggle a little bit. Smuggle a little bit. Okay, there's that. And this. Save it. Easy. Get your friend to stand on the New York side of Niagara and toss it. Oh. Fair. I think that might be fair. Personally. Alright, I'm gonna do one more thing and then I'm going to send this to the client and make sure that they like it and then go from there. Wrong river, damn it. Close enough. Ooh, I'm telling, don't tell Shabby shh. Shabby shh. My dear shh. There is no bad in Shrimplandia. Oh my god, I cannot stop it right now. Okay, I'm just gonna move. Yeah, that looks pretty good. This a little bit safe. This is brainstorming for a short story, FBI. It's like 1.5. It's like 0.5 versus 1 mile. All the rivers versus the Great Lake systems are huge. Well, I did not know this. This one, I think. I don't. Yeah, these are already. It was good. A lot of backstories, but good. Understandable. I'm glad it was good. I think Rhino also saw it this past weekend. I wonder how the movie theater was. Like how they did. Cause I used to work at a movie theater and I enjoyed it a lot. That's fine. I don't know what this is. It's because it's not on. Okay. Saya was in it too? Ooh, I did not know that either. That's very cool. I hope he had fun with it. And I'll say Channing Tatum did a good job. What the fuck are you talking about, brother? What in the fuck knuckles are you saying in my face right now? Yeah, that's my action. You didn't know he was in? No, I didn't know he was in it. Why? How would I know that he was in it? How was I supposed to know that he was in that movie? I didn't even know he was a voice actor. How would... He's a backstory character? That's crazy. I said it in the Discord when it got announced. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. My bad. I don't know if this needs to be flat. I think this needs to be flattened. I don't actually know if this needs to be separate. Say it was one of the upper moons. Upper moons? What does that mean, upper moons? Art projects. Live 2D commissions. The stronger demons? Ooh, very cool. Okay. There's a 6 upper and 6 lower. What about a 6 middle, though? Is there a middle 6, by any chance? It'd be 666, and I feel like that would work because they're demons. You know? Okay. I can't move the point on the thing. That's so fucking close to the center of the goddamn thing. Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. There we go. That's 18. That's a weird number. Not that weird. It's not just not that weird. No one remembers the middle. Ask the middle children. Okay, no, that's fair. Fair. That might be fair. Oh. So we do this. No. No. Oh shit, I just saw some. I can't wait to hear how they got their asses kicked. Fuck yeah. I apologize that I'm not saying the word. I just feel it may not be a very appropriate to be saying that word, you know? Like, feel free to say it, you know, but like, you not read it kind of thing. Did I do this right? Is that correct? I don't know if I did that. Yahtzee is a fun game. It is. You're good. Thank you. Oh, I think I was right before. I think I was right before I did this. Yeah. And then save. And then synthesize commands. Right, when you boots, yup, they'll hurt. They will hurt. Wait, no. What? Where'd my animations go? Man. New SDK, okay. Sparkle spin. Yes. And then this is the race spin. Spin. I could duplicate cash by gift card. Stop it, Kiwi. Stop it. You stop that right now. And let's do 1080. 1080. Oh my god. Oh man, I do this wrong. Yes, duplicate. Yellow spin. Wait, I don't think I need to do this. I think this needs to go to 30. Actually, what's the slowest one in this? This is 30 seconds. Okay, the whole thing is the file that the client sent me was 30 seconds, so we're gonna do 30 seconds. Okay, that goes to 30. It's 900 frames. I can't physically give you if you're halfway across the country. You could. It would just take a while to get there, you know? Zero, zero, zero. And the first spin, it took it, I think 10 seconds? 10 seconds? To get to 180, I believe it was? No, it took it to get to 360. And then for this one, it took it 12 seconds, I believe, to get to 360. And then this one, it took it 30 seconds to get to 360. Could also gift everyone Steam gift cards so we could play games together. I'd love that. I want to have a night where we all play games sometime. That would be cool. Scene group. Spin. I think I did this right. Yeah, okay. I think we all have peak. It'd be pretty fun. I'd be down to play peak. Okay. Yeah, I'd love to play peak with everybody. Okay. So I have to take a recording of this. Diamond City ass music. What can I say? What can I say? I have to tell the client to please ignore the music in the background now. Nope, I did this wrong. I forgot to do the other parts of this. God dang it. This be 180, 360, 10, 20. To 20 to 360 to what's 10? I take 10 seconds to get to 360. 360 times 2 is 520, I think. I'm wrong. 360 times 2 is what? 720. And then another 10 seconds. 720. Do you know you can buy paid dirt? You can buy paid what? What's that mean? And then in 10 seconds it goes to, it adds another 180. That's 80, which is 900. Is this every 10 seconds? Oh, that's right. So and for this one, at 12 seconds, so at 24 seconds, 720. And then at 30 seconds, so I can hit pay dirt and drag. It's dirt from gold mine. People pan for gold. I love a panning dirt. I actually really like panning dirt. 10 seconds. 24, 6 seconds. That's 6 seconds. Where are we at? At 6 seconds, we're at 180. 720 plus 180. 900. And then that one should be good. Oh god. Here it goes. What? There we go. If you guys unironically got me like a gold mining kit, I would unironically do it on stream. I just need you guys to know that. Hello, Datalart. Alright, so that's that. Do a new one. I'll take this one. Gold mining and rising old men on cruises are like panning in Alaska. Panning in Alaska. Panning in Alaska. And I have to make sure that was correct. That and thick women. Thick women? Thick women? What? Okay, I just have to open both. Okay. Lane, do a backflip, please. And think, okay, I'll try. Oh, wait, hold on, sorry. Ah. Ta-da! There you go. Alright, now I gotta get this video. It's hilarious when I split up my chats, you don't read the first half. Oh! Yeah, bro, it's hard. And I will watch Ruby Rocks. It's not my fault that chat has me watching fucking One Piece first. If we didn't pick One Piece first, we could have watched Ruby Rocks first. It's just deleted. Good minerals, it has good everything. Don't make it a gooner thing. Stop it. Just, it's a cute anime. I like it. Wait. No. Some juicy geodes. Y'all gotta stop gooning. Stop it. It's just a cute anime and they just happen to be thick. Alright? Calm down. Calm down or you're gonna make Mama Main mad. That's why I tell some people can't have shit. Thank you for the lurk, Hardwick! Thank you! I hope you're doing well as well! Alright, closing all those. Alright. That's all good. I have to go to the bathroom again. I gotta do the thing for enshrined, which means I'm going to take their YouTube, their TikTok. There's no just happens about it. The show is very autistic. I know, but we don't have to sexualize everything. We don't need to sexualize everything, do we? I know we're all a bunch of gooners, and I can't be mad about that, but also, Bobby, stop it. I'm about, you know, I don't know why I'm like this, I'll be honest. I've been in the Discord and in my Twitch chat, people have been saying certain things that I'm just not comfortable with. And I think that because of my, and I think it's because of therapy that I'm willing to stand up for myself. I don't goon, it's fine. No, listen. Unless, I don't think you're gonna take me seriously as this model, so I'm gonna go back to my normal model, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Listen. I'm appreciating, okay, I'm just saying, it's cool to appreciate. We don't need to sexualize everything. Please, for the love of God, do not, okay, I'm just gonna make this clear because I think I'm becoming a healthy person in my mind, and while I'm not gonna police what you say, I will avoid topics that make me uncomfortable, i.e. depths in politics, i.e. hurting yourself, i.e. pedophilic jokes. You want to know why? Elaine will be completely frank as to why I don't like it. Politics, PTSD, my dad. My dad is very into politics and I don't like it. I don't like pedophilic joke. Why? Because I was groomed until I was 21. Why I don't like harming yourself jokes? Because I've had multiple friends kill themselves. Alright, that's my TED Talk for today. I'm gonna go piss. I love you guys. Thank you for respecting my boundaries. And thank you for seeing me become a big girl and talk about boundaries myself. I gotta go piss, and then we're gonna go do art. I love you!
Boo. JK chat told me they love you, mother.
The fuck, dude, that fucking scared me. I just got back when you redeemed that. Wow. I was gonna say go piss queen, love a girl that sets boundaries, but apparently now I'm down a rabbit hole to troubleshoot my keyboard apparently dying. Oh no, is your keyboard okay? I hope it's not a new keyboard. Dear lord. No. You are doing magic for the video editing community, so it's no sweat. I checked spam. I'll check it again. Fun fact, I think it's my mother, is it the motherboard? The IO panel is wiggling. It's about 3 or 4 years old build though. That's not bad. That's a pretty good age one. That's not in there. What did I miss? On the way to get more hair dye, Daedalus, figuring out his keyboard got silly bong code. Not wiggling, but wigging out, like unplugging my mouse and resetting my keyboard. Ooh, yeah, maybe just after the wear and tear. Like 3 or 4 years, especially for tech, I feel like is like pretty average lifespan. So. Hello, I'm back. Hold on, I want to say hi in my live stream. Just wanted to say I love you. You're so lovely. Me coach. Okay. Okay. No more blur on this. Let me read. Are the scripts done? I forgot. I think they're done. I did this one. Yeah, we're gonna do scripts after. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna do scripts after I get the enshrined stuff done, and I think the only thing I need to do is Bleebly Bloobly Papa Bico. Feels like everyone in my friend group has been growing this eclipse season. I'm really glad to hear therapy is working well for you. Oh, thank you! Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I've been going through therapy recently. It's been, I think, about 2 months of it. Unfortunately, due to the healthcare changes here in the US, I might not be able to continue my sessions with them after October. So I'm doing my best to stick with them until then. No, it's been good. I think, especially last week, I think I kind of took care of myself a bit more mentally, and I feel much better about myself and how I conduct my life. I did this wrong. I don't think I commented, but I feel like patting the belly from the BR screen would be satisfying. Like when you smack a water balloon. That's valid. The BRB thing won't stay like that though after we debut, so I haven't really edited it, but that's valid. I think reverse waterfall is this next one, so I have to edit this one. Save, edit labels. I'm so upset that I can't, record scripts because my new mic's coming tomorrow. I just got debated. What help? Oh god, better help. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm sponsored by my government right now. I've heard such varying opinions. Yeah. Right now, I'm pretty happy with the partnerships and affiliations we have currently. Advancedgg, and for those of you who don't know, I have a list of them in my Discord. Where is it? In the coupon book? Every affiliation that we have, advancedgg, Smack and Sunflower Seeds, and Proton Pass, we have affiliation with all those, so if you ever spend money on any of those, you can get a discount. Wait, let me look up the Bella real quick. Alright, I got you. Boop, baby. Can you send me a screen recording? I'm trying to log in on my home and kind of thought it would be having another thing worth trying, and some cooking casual longer, so trying the browser might solve the issue. Either way, if that doesn't help, do let me know. I plan to write an article so others can use it. I don't want to. I don't want to worsen. Okay, I'll try. Hold on. I want to see cat cow on the side of a milk carton. Wait, maybe no. What? I'd look pretty good on the side of a milk carton, I think. I couldn't Julian argue with me. Rain is falling down. Can you check main PixieWee chat? Can you check the main PixieWee chat? I don't know what? What is this chat? What are you talking about? Our milk out for mid. Oh shit! Yeah, they are. That's true. I think the main problem was when I originally went to check out with the site on any Chromium based browser. I was getting, I believe, a 500 error, and it would only work on Firefox. That's where I could sign up and check out, and then I don't know if that is helpful to them. Oh, okay, got it. I think. Bro, my therapist literally was posted on BetterHelp even though she literally has never worked for them, and when people would try to book her with her, it would say she isn't taking new patients even when she was. I'm an anti-BetterHelp, shady as fuck. We have another update. Oh shit, Lorenzo, what's going on? Also, yeah, I don't know. I've tried BetterHelp before and it's not really my cup of tea. I made cookies for everyone. What kind of cookies? Oh my god, what kind of cookies? Did she lose everything? Yeah, cookies and she lost everything, question mark? Poor Pixels. I think Pixels is going blind. Talk shop open raisin and Nutella filled. Fuck yeah. We love Nutella filled. I'm triple set. Oh my god. 3 chairs? Trying to sort by date. Will be. Okay, and then I need the enshrined logo. I don't know if this is the right one. I know though. This is a PSB. I don't know what a PSB is. What is a PSB? She also had to watch the surgery of me getting it removed. Ew. Ew. Later, wait, what? The dining hall sign said they had been up, but they were out. I'm sorry! I'm sorry. What the fuck? Did they just run out, or is it kind of like, they just didn't have any more, like, they never made it. I'm sorry. Photoshop big, it's large PSD. Oh! The 5-year and where did time go? I don't know, brother. I do not know, brother. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not wording. They have an entirely different meal? What the fuck? You should let them know that, though. Because it could be a different, dorm. So that they could have an out-of-date link. That's what happened at my school. I kept expecting one thing, and they're like, oh, actually, we have a new app. And it's like, you weren't gonna tell me this before? You know? Also, I'm sorry if I'm not reading things good. I drank a little bit too much of my advanced GG a little bit too fast, and I have a little bit too much caffeine in my body, so I'm sorry. I'll drink more water. I'll drink more water. They don't put what they have online. That's very curious, because it's like, why wouldn't they do that kind of thing? There we go. Because, like, that, it helps the students a lot when you do that, in my opinion. The fact that it would be sent here kind of bugs me, but I think that's okay. A bulgogi mac and cheese for a Fuck you! That sounds amazing. You're all good. I was just messing with you. Thank you for messing with me. If we can't joke around, then what is the... let me get the enshrined logo. Will you please say hello to the folks that I know belong? I don't know what background this is. I like the background, though. You didn't know if you saw me go. Uh-oh, I'm on 5%. Oh, no! Oh, are you out? Are you out right now? Are you not home? Fixed? I hope that fixed. It doesn't occur now, but I was streaming when it happened, so let me grab it really quick. Can you charge your phone? I'm gonna step on you. I am also bad at charging my phone. Bro, when do you ever for about 20 minutes when I wake up? Mood. I think no. When did this happen? Guys, do you remember when... Wait, I could just check in my home. Scroll. No. Wait, this one? No. This one. 9/12. 9/12 was... Oh shit, it was Friday. What the fuck? Go to VOD page. What was it? Minecraft. No, it was before this, wasn't it? Yeah, because it was like one of the first things we did on stream, I think. after this. Mama, stop talking. Oh no! The update, sister says hi. Hello, sister. Okay, I think that's the part we need. Hold on, wait. I have to go a little bit more forward. Maybe this. I can't be trusted outside anymore. What clip are you? Oh, I'm sending Orson Lord the clip of me finding out that their website broke. And so I just have to make that a clip. Okay, I think this one should have both of them. Both times. Sorry. Save that. Okay, hopefully this works. Oops. God damn it. Hold on, no. Oops. Okay. Cool. Alright. There we go. And then brain thinky good, thinky hard, thinky this one. Thinky this one, thinky this one, this one, this one. Make this big. Let me change. Let me change what we'll listen to. Oof. This, like, annoys me, because, like, I think that looks better. I think that'll be okay. Let me make this small. And then let's rasterize this. I can't be trusted as an institution. I feel like alright, let's turn these off. Actually keep this on. Nope. So from media. Cool. Goes there for now. Close this. What else am I doing? Oh my! Ah! I'm like, I'm being so productive today. I almost got all my work done. This is so crazy. How am I almost? I forgot that I still have to do my scripts for today. Strings. I have to upload this too. Nope. Face. And I have a VOD in here? It's Wednesday. What is this day? Tuesday? Yeah. Say, let me say, hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the air. Wait. 4th, 5th? Did I not upload the 5th? Oh my god. No. There's the 5th. Use this. Ironically, there was a drought of articles about. That makes sense. I feel like reverse waterfalls aren't really a big thing. If anything, they're more of a rare phenomenon. If they are a phenomenon. I didn't even know reverse waterfalls existed. To be fair. Let me say. it'll be like. It's like. What's happening? Oh. Test strand? Test strand looking good. Test strand looks good, Buster. Test strand looks good. Let you sweep me off my feet. I won't let you in again. On messages and time to send. Bridges shoulder to shoulder, knocked away from something more. Edit. This one. This one. Reuse. Thank you for being my friend and telling me the truth. What? Yeah, I got you. I had 2 stars for V-stars since I don't know which one you like better. Thank you for giving me the option. No, I'm not sure. I'm not playing from something when it's dead. Do it. I'm not playing your head. Saving, and then I will upload this one once this one is done. I won't let you turn around. Don't let me out. I'm much too proud. Oh, you do is from stream. Oops, Twitch. Art. 10. Insert image and so. And then insert image and so. And then I have it up to the 10th, I believe. So I need to go to highlights, download. I delete these two. Delete the delete the 8th. Ooh. And the 11th. Ooh, I didn't write down the things for this. Ooh. 9th. Oops, I did for the 9th. Okay. 11th. And this is the health. This is today. 16, 17, what? 18, 19. Oh yeah, my phone's on the charger. Can I get some? Oh! Good job plugging your phone in. Okay, the last two, I haven't done that yet, so that's all good. Usually the customer user is email address. Thank you for Alright. I will keep this open because Pixis has stuff he wants to say about it. And then I gotta... Oh, my neck, bro. Alright, so we're gonna do the Cookie Hana one. Boop, boop. This one, this one. I want to... what's happening? Oh my god. I think it might actually be on their Twitter. I have to retie my hair. Alright, cool. It would be in replies actually. Actually, let me just download things from Twitch. I melted Vex's brain. That's what happens when you do things that are fun for the others. Smile. Actually, let's do top 30 days. Okay. I wish I could sort them better, but years last year. Let's do last year, a year, 3 years, 2 years last year. Last year. Let's do this one. 4 years, 3 years, 4 years, 2 months, 2 years, 4 months. Wait, there's a couple 4 months. 4 months, 2 months. I don't need one. Last year, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 5 years ago, last year, 4 years, 3 years, 3 years, 4 years. There's a couple YouTube videos. Elaine! Hello, V. What's up? What is up? Oh, thank you for the check in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. 4 years, 2 years, 6 months. Let's do this one. 5 years, 4 years, 2 years. 2 years, 2 years, 6 months ago, this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I skipped class to eat for 6 hours. I sicky and sound. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, be sure you're getting plenty of rest. Rest is very important. Let's see. Let's do this one. And I really like this tail rendering. And I think that'll be good. Because then I'm also going to grab stuff from the YouTubes. Wrong one. Actually, I already have a folder of this. I think it's because I needed a reminder. Save. Down landscape. Save. Scroll up. Scroll up. Alright, it won't. It's not showing me the thing for some reason. Oops, no, wrong thing. Ah! Me and Vex ever meet in person is gonna be a fun time. I believe it. I actually don't know where you are at this point. You probably shouldn't say it on stream, so. Wait, what's up, Vex? Or, what's up, V? Wait a minute, what? Don't think about it too hard. Buster has changed. Oh, yeah, Buster changed their username. Isn't that cool? I quite like it. Soon the rain on your skin. And I think I only need one for this one. I think I'd fall apart at the seams. You guys. Hello, Raynor! Thank you for the check. I hope you're having a wonderful day. On cups and yeah. Nope, my brain is braining correctly. Alright, I need to go to this one. Oh, not that one. It'd be easier if I just went to Buff Pup, I think. Is this where my others ask if this is a joke or actual flirting? What? Buff Pup. Videos. Do they have a new one? Yes, this one. This one, start function. Oh, if this is a joke or actual flirting? Maybe you'll have to take that up in DMs. You know? What if they're a bit too shy to talk about it here in public? That's a little public, you know? Got a whole word. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea. Figure it out in DMs, maybe? Video editing, highlight. How many things are in here? These are 9. And it says it downloaded them, but I don't know where they are. There they are. There you go, that's definitely enough. Oh, okay. That was correct. Okay. I have confused myself. I think I have confused myself, but I think we're okay. I'm gonna ask you, we're gonna talk about this. Talk about it in DMs. Where you can be free. Free to say whatever the fuck you want. This is between you two. No? Some love is just meant to be hidden behind doors. These ones are done. Okay. Okay, nope, we're good. Nope, my brain is not good. Alright, no, we're getting there. Oh my. I seem to know nothing. Feel so alone. I like that face a lot. Get the chance to the way back. I'm not getting my hand. Associate, navigating my hand. Give me some advice. I am wasting It's not bad. I like this one. Let's see if there's anyone with like a better background though. That's not bad. And so no. When is this enshrined video supposed to come out? I'm kind of excited about it. I wanted to share it with other groups I'm in. So the one that I just got done with the subtitles is going to come out this week. Then whichever one I think we get done next, I think the crap. I'm hoping. Hold on, what order are you doing them in? Shit. Hold on, I had an order. The crafting system, hopefully. Do the crafting system, and then also if you want. Oh, I see. Okay. For the craft, and then the crafting system, I'm thinking I can't breathe. Why? What's the matter? And then, so the crafting system will come out next week, and then I don't know when the rest of them will come out because that is up to the marketing team. So Stuffy knows. I'm sorry. You could take some Sudafed. Sudafed might help. Actually, this one would be actually really good. Actually, it was not. Personality. My oh my. This was so deep. Into maybe English. We will know more tomorrow. Having planning meeting. The soonest will be Wednesday for the one from last week. Yeah. Okay, so insert image and so on. I want to check out my shipping. Please. It still says tomorrow in the evening. Ah! I'm screaming. My dumbass reached for my drink and I just realized I left it in the hall when I came upstairs. Damn, I also can't taste my food. Might have COVID. You might have COVID. You know that I can't live without you. But this world can keep turning if you do. Upload a cover image. I do not play this anymore. No, I can't taste it because my nose is blocked. Oh, that's valid too. Oh, thank you, Kiwi. I'm gonna do Mashies next. Mashi is your new golden BFF. Sometimes she'll be your comfort streamer, other times she'll nibble on your fingers. Do you guys want me to be on this screen or do you want me to be on this one? That one or this one? Is this more immersive? It's more immersive. Actually, I could just do this in the hub. If I just took my screen and just made it like 100% the time, it's like a mimicry of like what it's like. Do we like this more, or do we like how it was? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I feel like bigger is more immersive. Yeah. Okay. Wait, hold on. Sorry, my brain is like off. Oh my god, it's in my face. No. Screen like that. But then you can't see everything. Is that okay? What about YouTube videos? If we were to watch a YouTube video, what happens? Am I in like a good quadrant? I'm like in a pretty good quadrant, I think. Okay. Would you even want me? Does that mean we need the screen anymore? We do, but I'm gonna change it to add. Where is the media source? If I miss you, what the fuck is it called? Send her a boiling pie with a towel on your head and get back to me. That can help. That does help. Where is it? Oh, it's Charm. There it is. It helps. It does help. I will say it will help. They're not wrong. I didn't mean to turn this one down. So do we like this more? I need a vote. I need a vote. Guys, it's poll time. Like this layout better. Yes. No. Additional vote. You have 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. Good. Vote in the poll. Do you like this layout better? Yes, I like seeing nothing. What the fuck? You're not seeing nothing. You're seeing my entire screen. It's my entire screen now. You binky baby. So, like, if I were to, like, video edit something. Or type my scripts. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you would see it in full. In full mass! Full mass. Okay, this one. No, and then be like this. I'd rather really paying attention, and then she had nothing on screen. Guys are making my dick soft. Well, this is what it would look like then if I'm editing something. Even they have pets. I have an idea. Oh, why is my brain not working? I like have an idea, but then it went away. I was to wait to the archives, no problem. Thank you, Kiwi. Thank you, Kiwi. I'm sure you already voted, so I'm not worried about you. Crap, I should. What? Kiwi! Kiwi, you're not. Oh, JK, okay. Eating french fries, they don't taste salty. Lick a salt rock. That might help. I don't have a salt rock? Well, then just shove salt in mouth. What is this one? Have you considered a vacuum? I see you voted. You yoted the background into the back. What? Yeah, I did. I don't know. Do we like it more? I don't know. I did that last week and people seemed to seemed to like it quite a bit. So I was gonna try it. But if we don't like it, that's completely fine. That one's cute. Chat seems to like it. Do you like it, Pixels? You're part of chat. Aww. Not mad. It's cleaner. Not mad. Yeah, because then when I'm like, not really doing much, you'll still see the background. And then if I have... I'm trying to think. My only suggestion is if we do the big round, I think chat should be opposite of you. Ah, but then you'd be like... That's over here. And then the alerts would have to go on the other side then. Well, as I said, it's okay if you don't like it. I could always hear Bus go. If you don't like it, you can go. No. I like the feedback. Most recent darlings. 2 cents is done at work, thanks. And this would go here. I think. Fun with work for Kiwi. Yes, thank you, Kiwi. Hold on. Hold on. Let me move things back. Okay. Yes. 5 people said yes. 1 person said no. Who said no? Who said no and why? I'm taking in all considerations. There's no wrong answer here. Just letting you guys know that. That was me? You don't like it? Wait, why don't you like it? I abstained. Why'd you abstain? Literally, one of the people I didn't end it was before I realized that it was the whole screen. Oh, you're fine. You're okay. You're fine. I changed my mind. That's fine. That's okay. Because I told you in chat. It's cleaner on my... Okay. Fair. Voted twice yes to balance it. Okay. Hold on. This is not the correct one. I'm a little upset you didn't put an I don't give a fuck on. No, you don't get an I don't give a fuck option, because you know what? 90% of you will put I don't give a fuck, and then I'd be sitting here with my thumb up my ass, because most of you would be like, Lane, whatever you want to do. It's your stream. And I'd be like, and then my brain would explode. Because, like, I need the feedback. And the fact of the matter is, if you aren't willing to give me feedback, if you're not willing to give me feedback, do you really love me at the end of the day? That's the real question. Do you love me? If you don't, give me feedback. I just want to see you, the cutie patootie. Well, you're always going to see me. I'm a constant. I'm a constant. Thank you for the wellness check. I needed water. Anything falling into the sea. Okay. Blah blah blah. Can we do like a chat medium maybe? Can we do like a chat medium? Shit. Okay, chat medium. How far does chat go down right now? Chat goes down to top to Elaine. Yes, my love. What's up? It could be a little bit bigger. Yeah. It's like Runs dry again. What is this? No, that was all. It's just you blushing. Key. That is me. Stop, Kiwi, stop. Sure, what if I would get a little passionate? I'm a little tistic. Bitch. Kiwi, if you have words, say it. Say it to my face. Chat large video. My words fill pages. You right. You right. You're not wrong. What the fuck happened here? Center breath. I'm over here. Okay. And then chat can be a bit bigger because I'm mostly just talking to you guys. And then the mixtape. Do I have an example of the mixtape in there? Yeah. Just like they die like real. You can inhabit an unknown rabbit. It might you fracture the way you live. Oh, the sky's really sunny. Sometimes you feel like your love is as real as an unknowing bunny. There are people complaining on my window and it's pissing me off. Just like they doesn't exist. It's created or generated or so. Her lips have not been kissed. How do I know if the sky's really sunny? My ears go up to the second. Oops. Ton of money. I'm just an unknowing bunny. Just an unknowing bunny. Actually, thank you for the song request. Hearts are dying. Are there tears? Bright sunny day. Forget we're lying. Get how to drive. But how the rain used to dance with the sky. Well, so I like the idea of vitamin on it, but I think because of the overall shape, the ribbons are just a lot basic from the standard or take away from the logo instead of adding purple note. Oh my god, this is an old ass song. Could we try that one gradient in the back, like the light is center darker? Another small note when we upload their set will prop them up top it all. Unless you seem to pop them in a bit. In that case, we might need to shrink a small bit. Use gradient. I cropped it in a bit from the original scroll. Cool. I love it. It is a good song. I quite like it as well. Table is a little tall. This is a cute song. I won't mind it at all. I like the disc being. It's not cute. Hey. Okay. Not all the songs we listen to here are happy-go-lucky. I was just in a lovey-dovey mood this morning. That's why I wanted to listen to what we listened to earlier. Okay. Coworking. Remove this one. So cute, and then it gets more and more dark. I like it, gosh. So. What is this? Oh, that's that. This. This needs to be a bit smaller and centered on me. Like that. Save. I don't think I'm gonna keep that. Let's save many of your most recent alerts is fine. Chat variants. I have to put that into the thing. Okay, when I turn the screen off, though... Screen off. We could do it like this. Or we can have the fake screen on. It's basically about an architect who constantly encounters problems and always ends up facing the writing on the wall, which is basically saying their work is a failure. Because the writing on the wall means that things are going to be interesting. I like that. I like that a lot. I like the theme of it. He's so squat. Bobby sent me a picture of this like toucan. He's very squat. Logo itself instead of its use. Wide. Not that one. This one. This idea wouldn't work. Could I move this? The second song that's made to represent the architect's lover, friend, roommate perspective as they watch the architect spiral while they try to save him. Damn! Ooh, I love an opposing perspective. Brave move. Man, I sure love this chat-tism. Thank you, Lemon Zest. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for enjoying my tism. Because I got it hard. Smile. Can I move this? But the question is not whether I can... I want to move the whole widget. I want to move... I don't want to remove it. I know how to add to it. I just don't want it to sit. We love tism here in this chat. We do love tism here in this chat. We love all tisms. She wants to move and move. I do. How do I add the time size? Cause okay, hold on. Let me turn stuff off. So we can't see stuff now. Cause I can't put it in the bottom right because then you can't see it. What is this called? Frequently visited sites. Brave. Move frequently visited sites. Well, the cutie's back. Not that the shrimp was a cute, but it's not the same. No, that's valid. I'm also more expressive in this one. Has it says something. It's true. Brave will populate 6 as you browse. It's already populated frequently sites. Widget. Oh my god, I try to pop my wrist and I pop my fingers. I don't know what's happening. Oh my god. Little wet. Check. Hag evolution. What's hag? Who hag? Not me hag. Me no hag. Pixels! I need help. I want to incorporate this, but I don't fucking know how. Because usually when I have my normal screen and I turn the screen off, Bafi, this is also a question for you. I turn the... Nope, that's not correct. And I turn the screen off, you get to see the desktop. I want to incorporate the desktop. Those who deny hagging will be first to succumb to it. Yeah, but you become a hag at like 50. Bro, I'm like 25. I have to go to the bathroom. 25? Ew, too old. Oh. I'm not that old. I'm not that old. Hag is like 30, bro. Stop. No, Hag is like 50. I'm lying. You better be. You're still a young bean. I'm 20. Baby! Oh my god. My chat's getting filled with 20-year-olds. You guys have to keep me in the loop with the new... If you have no other role in life, you have to tell me how do new slang work. Like, I know start digging in your butthole and stuff, but some 50s cougar, not hag. Okay, 80 is hag then. Sorry, I can't. I've been told I act like an old man. That's okay. How do new slang work? Yeah. Like huzz. I think huzz? That's a slang. Start digging in your butthole? Yeah. Okay, pixels. Alright, so right now, when I show my screen, it's like this, right? You see the screen and stuff. And then you turn it off, and then you get our fake desktop, right? And then... we have this one, right? But then if I turn the screen off, you just get our background. So I want to incorporate this, but I don't know how. Because I feel like this just being the entire background may not look as good. I don't know. Wait, I know "gya" is butt. Isn't digging your butthole? I think doesn't it mean calm down? I don't know. Huz just mean hose? Isn't there another one? Isn't there another one that means ugly hose though? I don't know what that one is. I don't know what the ugly hose one. I forgot. The guy that sung a song about it, and I forgot. Start digging in your butt twin is literal? Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know it was literal. Hold on. I have to do a thing really quick. Because I did the thing and now I regret doing the thing. Okay. This is enshrined icon. Enshrined example. Are you making these slang up? No! They're on TikTok. I'm learning from TikTok. Enshrined circle icon. Sorry, but these are possibly the tiniest. I'm sorry, but I'm possibly the tiniest in this chat and have no clue what you're saying. All the kids just say brain rot at this point. Yeah, but there's different parts. There's different parts of the brain rot. All the kids are talking about the cappuccino ballerino, me. I know some of them. Okay, if it doesn't matter, then I guess it doesn't matter. You know, like, if it doesn't matter, it's like, whatever. Like, the new meme dude, man, I have no goddamn clue. I don't wanna be out of the times. Brain rot never mattered. It matters a little bit. Cause some of them are funny. You have to be with the trends. I feel like I'm an old man in the chat. You're just speaking a different language at this point. But that's like, okay. But here's like the fun thing about it though, right? Is that like, it's so amazing in a way where you can have these evolutions of language this late into the English language, you know? Like, I feel like there isn't, or there is, if there are, please correct me. I don't know of any other language that is able to push into that evolution so quickly. I'm in the chat, Professor. I'm the chat, Professor Brayra. But I personally do not know of another type of like language. It's cool. It's just yeah, it is useless, but I think it's interesting because it's just like using like emojis and stuff. It's an evolution of our language that went from using words to using icons, you know? I just think that's cool. I don't know. Well then, I'm a good babe, I'm fine. I just eeny my. I'll put this in here. Yeah, I don't wanna feel anything. Don't stop, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel. There you go. Yeah, okay. I wouldn't say we evolved to using emoticons or emoji. Ancient Egyptians did that, like, yeah, but theirs were much more complicated, you know? We have a fish that looks like a fish. They had a fish that looked like a backward ass T-bone steak, you know? Yeah. I can't type. You don't even watch the whole thing? What is this? What is this? Oh my god, yes! Oh my god, yes! I saw the TikTok about this, and this is like, it like awakened my love for the fact that like that guy using like all the current like slang that is today makes it sound so different, but it's so cool because younger generations would understand that better than us because they're more, I wouldn't say efficient at speaking, but they have their own way of doing it, just as every generation has their own slangs, like beast and hype and like stuff like that, and it's just cool. It's just cool. Was that Mashy and Pumpkin I saw? It was. I'm making a video about Mashy this week. Just try to understand 1920s. Exactly. Like, it's just, it's different, and I would never say that it's more efficient than you know, just the current language as it is, because it's more widely accepted. But I would say that, like, it's just really interesting to see how different generations understood and conveyed different, like, perspectives and topics to one another, especially like teenagers. You think I might fashion like trends? Maybe like bell-bottom jeans, maybe, but probably not, because the how do I put it? The social understandings are much different than they are. If you don't use this one, Lurk feeling like crap. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon. I think it's just because we move too fast when it comes to language compared to fashion. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Cause like, sorry, my brain is like kind of dying. You know what sucks? Life and loneliness. But see, here's the thing about loneliness though. If you were never lonely in your life, how would you learn to appreciate those around you? Right? Loneliness sucks, but it teaches you, I don't know, I quite like life. Yeah, life is cool. Life is cool. But like the thing is, it's hard. Life, I love life, but life is so fucking hard. And it's unpredictable and it's tough and no one can ever prepare you for it because it's everyone's first time living, right? And it's like being alone, but loneliness. Yeah, but loneliness teaches you to appreciate those who you want to spend time with. Loneliness is not, loneliness in a way is like it's a choice, right? Because you can go out and push yourself outside of your comfort zone until you find people who you enjoy spending time with. But until you understand what loneliness is, you wouldn't understand friendship and the value of friendship and the value of love and the value of those who want to talk to you. I mean, being alone in every way for a decade kind of makes you overthink a lot. That's valid. But being alone and loneliness at the end of the day is a choice. Because there is always a home and there's always a community for everybody out there, unless you're a fucking asshole. If you are an asshole, then get the fuck out. You deserve to be lonely. Why is Elaine chanting but? Because I can. Take it from me. It's very possible to be swallowed by loneliness while being surrounded by people you regularly spend time with. Yeah. Hi, it's me, the asshole. You can, the thing is, you aren't an asshole. What I mean by asshole is I mean people who are morally incorrect. That are morally upsetting. Morally shit. Right? Because, like, morally shitty people deserve nothing. But if you're in here, you're probably not. And if you are morally shit and you're in my chat, get the fuck out. Because there's no room for you. But being lonely and loneliness is a choice. You know? And so, I don't know. Life is life. And you'll get used to the shittiness that is life. But, you know, define morally shitty. Being a pedophile. Thinking it's okay that children die. Morally corrupt. Taking people's money for no reason. Thinking it's funny when people are actually hurt. Being insensitive. being homophobic, being racist. I realized that, and it's to enjoy time with yourself first. You have to enjoy your own company before seeking out the company of others. That's valid, but that doesn't work for everybody. I think that is very valid if you, in and of yourself, can find that and find that enjoyment within and of yourself, then yeah, fucking go for it. Me personally, I am fine being by myself, but at the end of the day, I desire and I crave being with people. Okay, yeah, I guess I'm not morally shitty as your definition of morally shitty. Literally, being morally shitty means you do not have good morals, V. It's not a comparison of, oh, you're morally shitty in your book, but I'm not morally you're not morally shitty in mine. Being morally shit means you are not a bad person. It means you're not gonna look at a starving child and be like, ha, sucks to be you. Like, no, you're gonna feel bad. You're gonna be empathetic towards it. You're gonna be, at the very least, sympathetic towards it. I think you're a wonderful dude. Thank you. Sorry. Caffeine's really hitting me today, I think. Sorry. I don't know what's happening. I'm just tisming out, I think. Anywho. Okay, I guess I'm really okay and ethically meh. Okay, well, hold on. What's the difference between morals versus ethics? I love a good tism rant, thank you. But psychology and the good in people is a big thing to me. Ethics and morals. The difference between ethics, rules of conduct in a particular culture or region or group recognized by an external source or societal system. For example, a medical code of ethics. I feel like it'd be rather hard to not be ethical. Do you have empathy or at least aren't evil because a lot of psychopaths are cool? Then you're good. Yeah, exactly. Do you think faster and clearer it happens? No. I am much more blurred when I'm upset, but I'm much more passionate when I'm ranting about things. It's fine to be unethical if the ethics are based on bad. It's fine to be unethical if the ethics are based on bad moral. What? What? Yeah, because I feel like ethics are your own code of conduct. So I think ethics, which are, I believe, rules that you live by. I have empathy, but will jokingly tell someone to screw off. Baby girl, you're just like everybody else. That's just how people are. That's just how people are. That's just how people are, on God. That's just how people are. My ethics, everyone sucks. Just law isn't a law you should follow. Yeah. That's valid, yeah. But yeah, ethics are more like rules that you live by, and I can't judge you. No one can judge you by the ethics that you live by, because you might have reasons for it. Right? But morals, god damn can I judge you for your morals. My ethics are cool until prove otherwise, yeah. Pretty much. Ethics are usually based in law, and morals are usually based on the personal principles, no? To the right and wrong conduct based on the individual's own, I guess. Hold on. I want a baby breakdown of ethics versus morals. Do they have a chart? Do we have a chart? Ethic refers to rules that a social system provide us. Morals, I think I'm getting them mixed up. I'm empathetical, but I hate my empathy. I feel that, but for every person that is empathetic, you make up for someone who cannot feel empathy. And that's how I see it. Like, I'm a very sleepy person. And I'm like, fuck, why am I so tired? It's probably because someone out there isn't getting enough sleep. So I'll sleep for them. It's not the healthiest way to... It's not the healthiest to think that way. Yeah, that's valid. Because, like, I cry too often when I get hurt, and I wish I was able to just stop hurting. But if you stopped hurting, that means if you stop feeling the emotions that hurt, you're not human. You can't love if you don't feel the pain. You can only feel as good as bad as you can feel. So if you don't feel bad about something, you will equivocally not be able to feel as good about something. Right? Because, like, if I don't feel bad when I get my heart ripped out by someone, I'm not gonna feel as good, or like I'm not gonna feel as happy when someone appreciates it, because I don't, it's not just being human. Yeah. It's to be human to understand both the negative and the positive. If you can't have the negative, I understand though. I remember up until I was like 20, I was like, I wish I could erase my emotions. Hurting sucks. But without that hurt, I would never be able to love all of you, or even my cat, the portion that I do now. You know? This is how I feel about it. Personality predates ideology. Yep. I believe comments understand sociopathy. It's wonderful. What if no one has ever shown you what it's like to be loved? So the first time you feel it, you fall for them, but they don't like you in that way. They love you, just not in love with you. Well, then you learn, right? You learn because someone loves you in a way, right? So you love someone in a way, and you know how you want to be loved back, right? And they don't love you back. That's fine. That's fine, right? But now you are learning how you want to be loved. You're learning your bare minimum of love, and you're learning how you want to love people. And while not everyone is the same in the fact that, for example, the love I give you may not be the type of love you give me, and that's okay. But respecting that love that we give each other is different, is love. Like, no matter how you love, it is love. And even if you've never, felt it before, you'll learn. You'll learn. I would dare to say it is human nature to want to love, to feel love, and to learn what love is, And so you'll learn, even though it hurts that the person that you love doesn't love you, you'll learn, oh, this is what rejection feels like. Oh, damn, they don't love me the way that I love them, but maybe I can learn to love them the way that they love me. And then you love each other in a friendship way, having a nice connection of friendship love. But then you recognize the people around you, or the person around you that loves you in the way that you love, right? It's like, oh man, I love this person romantically. This is what I'm doing that is romantic. Oh shit, this person over here is doing that same shit to me. That means they like me. And you become more self-aware. The biggest thing in life and love is self-awareness, and being able to accept that you are you in the way that you are, and other people are in the way that they are, and that compromise and communication will always fix everything. And sometimes you're not meant to be, but if you talk it out, you can at least be amicable. Well, when you get hurt, often it's kind of hard to want to hurt or to look in a way that's positive. Yeah, but of course it's going to be hard. For the human brain, it's easy to dwell on negative. Too easy to focus on negative. It is, I believe, genetically more possible and easier for our brains to dwell on the negative than the positive. But here's the thing. Why the fuck, at the end of your life, right? Or even if you were to be like, today is my last day, would you rather have sat there and been like, I spent most of my time thinking about sad? Anyways, now that I got lane too passionately rant, I'm gonna go, bye B. Why would you want to spend most of your life sad? Every time that I am sad, I let myself feel it for however long I want to feel it. But then when I start feeling like it is taking over my day, it is taking over my life, nah. Because why would I want to spend my life not loving me, not being as happy as I can be? Because for me, and obviously everyone is different. You don't have to do what I say by the book or whatever. It's not even a guideline. This is just how I live my life. For every moment that I am sad, and for every moment that I do not deal with the emotions that I have, is another moment taken away from someone I care about not having the opportunity of me having loved them. right? Because while there is a boundary to be said, like, I need to take care of myself when I'm sad, but I also want to be there for my friends. Today is my last day. I could smile knowing that I made all my friends around smile. Being their emotional rock through so much shit. The only regret I have is that I wasn't happy. Exactly! And that's why you should, in my opinion, take every day and push it, right? That moment of like, ah shit, I fucking spilt my drink. But maybe you got money to get yourself a Starbucks drink, and that shit's kind of bargain. So, you know, that's a plus. Or like, maybe the spilled coffee makes you do your laundry, and that's a plus. You're already there doing it. Sorry, I missed things in chat. More is like feeling bad for a serial killer because they were abused, but ethically, you still believe they should be punished for killing people. That makes sense. I think I'm a little too in the emotion side. It's a wonderful book called The 5 Love Languages. Read it. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know a lot about it, but I know a lot about love languages. I don't know, man. Love is complicated, especially romantic, too messy. I mean, love is just love. Love, at the end of the day, romantic love is messy, yes, but at the end of the day, it's just love. So, it's the belief that people are inherently violent or evil. Just because someone doesn't understand emotions or emotional responses doesn't mean they resort to violence to understand it. Most kids do that. Most kids that do that are taking a clinical approach to understanding pain, but are violently punished for their lack of inherent understanding. I don't know what that strain of conversation was about, but I do agree that most kids that lash out in violence is just because they cannot communicate their own emotions, and they just need to be sat down and talked to a lot of the time because they're not able to process their own emotions. That's often why people lash out in violence. It's nature versus nurture question. No, ultimately someone has to guide them. I don't even know if I would say guide. I would almost say that, like, well, I guess for Kiwi, yes, it's a nature versus nurture. But I think for my thing, it's kind of like, you just gotta be there for the good and the bad. I breathe a lot these days. It's nice. That is good. That is good. And that's what I try to foster here, is that breathing and taking time for yourself and taking care of yourself. For the nihilistic out here, I suggest looking to the optimistic nihilism. Speaking of drinks, I should get some Big B. They have some fall drinks. Big B? What Big B? What Big B? The nature of being human. I love love. And I love loving you guys. And I love being here. And I love being autistic. And I love a lot of things. It's a nice conversation. I'm glad you think so. I went on a tirade for that for like, I don't know how long. And now I exist here in this liminal brain being. I love Digimon. Oh, Buster not Buster. Boffy likes Digimon. I'm so tired. Why are you tired? Your hair okay? Is it because of your hair? Shave it off. Don't shave it off. Big B is a local-ish coffee chain, and mostly in Michigan and a few bordering states. Very cool. No, it's my family. Understandable. I'm sorry that your family's being a bit of a boo-boo binkus baby. If I broke out, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, love. But we're here. We're here. You can just hang out. Tune it out. Listen to our music. While I try to figure out what the fuck I'm doing now. Take me to the beach. This is a hopecore stream. My whole life is a hopecore thing, in my opinion. Over a fucking can of soda. How it be sometimes. How it be sometimes. I love those hopecore edits where the guy is just like saying the worst shit imaginable. Have you seen my hopecore edit? Shameless plug. Shameless plug. Oh, you might not be able to see it because you said you don't like TikTok. It's a hopecore edit about why religion asks you not to jerk your peanut when gods are horny. That's all. That's all it is. On and on and on. Take me to the beach. Ah, ah, ah. What is called now? Yeah, why did God create me if I can't jerk it out? That's what I'm saying, because think about it, a lot of gods are horny though. If you think about it, a lot of gods are horny though. So it's kind of like, why can't you jerk it? Goddamn PTSD is acting up and I feel like I'm falling down an endless hole and I can't get out. Come, hug something and take a deep breath. Okay? If you're feeling a bit icky, feel free to step away. A good breathing exercise is breathe in for 4 seconds, hold it for 7 seconds, and exhale for 8 seconds. It's good because it's a weird set of numbers that'll help your brain distract itself. That is what I've learned from therapy. So, in for 4, hold for 7, exhale for 8. That's a good way of distracting your brain. Wait, which one's like, oh, is that why? What? What's up, Lemon? Yeah. I was wondering why they do it in 7s. What? 7 what? I'm so irresponsible. Or is why they the same? Oh yeah. 4 in, and then 7. They do it in 7 because it's a weird number. It's a weird number, and it makes your brain think. So your brain is thinking about about breathing. You're thinking actively about breathing because it's a weird number, and then you do 8 to exhale because it's slow. Because most times when you breathe in, you want to breathe in fast because you're panicking. But then you have to think because of the 7. Did you share the jerk in it? I did. And then 8 because it's slow and it's long. I had to grab my wife dinner. No problem. I'm irresponsible. So much thought for a 19-second movement. It helps. That's because it helps. It's a lot for your brain to think about, and so it helps. Sacred numbers have weird but interesting history if you look at it. That's valid as well. Kiwi, I don't know which one I like more. I'm upset because my brain doesn't understand which one I want more. People were a lot more romantic back then, huh? Putting meanings into things that seem at least interesting to us today, like the meaning of flowers. Yeah, but we just translate those meanings to something else, like memes, matching skins in League of Legends, profile pictures in Discord, movie nights. It's just different now because they had less to express themselves with, so they could be more creative. But because we have so much now, we can be less creative. Living in the past, a lot of sayings related to time or little rituals when doing daily activities were a form of timekeeping that got passed. Yeah, that makes sense. Kiwi, I'm gonna send you examples of stuff, and I just need you to pick one. On everybody's faces. I want another meaning for the moon. Then make one. Make one. Make one. Ain't nothing wrong with making one of your own. That's the fun part about being human. Just make one for yourself. Or the last one, which is that without the tone. There's a Japanese author that used the moon as a way to tell someone I love you, and I think that's wonderful. The moon sure is beautiful tonight. I mean, the moon is beautiful. Pairing love to beautiful things is often the way to go. I think that's become a pretty normal part of Japanese culture, is referencing a lot of animes too. This is a new one. Do that more on dates, yeah. And it all starts with you. The thing is that a lot of this stuff doesn't occur unless you start it, right? I want someone to recite me Shakespeare, then find people that like Shakespeare. Let's find people that like Shakespeare and then just go about it that way. I need to go to the bathroom again, bro. I've been drinking too much water. Kiwi, I need you to pick an overlay. So I'm gonna drive myself mad because I can't pick one. But does that mean I have to flip the background? I don't know. Might. A little bit much going on in the background here. There's not as much happening here. I don't know. Alright, what was I doing? I was doing my scripts. This is what happens when my new mic, doesn't want to come in when I want it to come in. Song rocks, it does. This song and the suffering song. And the caffeine is like mellowing out. My brain's like, okay. We freaked out for today. I think I want to do this one. She's crashing. I'm not crashing. I'm just calming down a bit. Do I have the audio in this screen? My bad. Sorry. I needed to look at this scene. Okay, my bad. So I think my stream customer support. I don't think that Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'm just changing things because I want to. Yeah. So hold on. I want this to be large. You miss me more than you know. Up in the water feel. Told you this before. I'm afraid of the water. I'll show you safe and sound. Lay with me and our daughter, and let sunshine that hit the ground. But I've been struggling now. Don't take no suffering from me. Time to lie on the ground. Suffering from you. If I have my feet on the ground, you shouldn't sound. Which milk number? We're home. How am I to evade him? How am I to get home? We're late. Where's where it's supposed to go? He will lace you high and low. Find your place will never go. When we all get home, no time to run. Oh, it's so low. Okay. I think I figured this one out, and now we can go over here. Just to know you know. Be why you know I'm too shy and terrified. This is a good song. I like this one a lot. I will die. Let me say dry. The suffering from you. The ship won't jump at the same time. And I do for you. Yeah, that looks good. I'm just gonna scoot it. On my main screen because I can't see. There we go. Okay. I think I figured it out. Alright, you stick with the big screen on the computer screen on your little tablet, but ultimately your says if you want to include it on a larger size, I think it'd be nice. It's too hard on us. We just want to show. Then you have decorated. You set up with the dishes and I'm going to get it. Yeah. Okay. Alright, I think I'm slowly coming back to reality. I think my brain is slowly merging back into where it needs to be. What I say is I think the chat is slightly off. Chat is like off by 2. There we go. Sounds better. Okay. That's all I wanted to do. Let's see what this was. Starting to boot up. Just chatting. Hub. Big game. I don't really use those as much. So it'd be coworking, hub, big gamer. Just chatting, collab room goes there. Walk amongst the wild. Baby DM mode. Screen. I think we're good now. Okay. Alright. Oh my gosh. Alright. I can get back into what I was doing. Put this over here, this over here, and this over here. There we go. Video show off. Ellipse 30 days. Surprise, Calypso. What? I have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick again. I'll be right back.
Youp is like a cloud that's been emotionally repressed since '97.
I'm back. I haven't been born. I wasn't born in 97, so I wouldn't. So does that mean I get positive energy? Positive piss stream? Like my... Welcome back, Pissy Pixer. Thank you. I've been drinking a lot of water today. More water than I'm... I've been talking this whole time. First of all, I was born in 97. I was born in 2000. Second of all, you're not old unless you were born in 87. Remember how I'm Buffy? I will be 30 in less than a year. Nah, you're not old unless you were born in 87. Otherwise, you're still a youngin'. Yeah. Let's go to Mashy. Mashy might have deleted her Twitter. I like this art. Oof, okay, were you born in 87? 87 and lower 85. Okay, my bad. Unless you were born in 1967, you're not old. My bad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I remember a time before smartphones. I do. Ray was celebrating his 36th birthday today and did a Hot Ones chatting stream with his wife. Cute. My bones hurt now. That's fair. But you know who else's bones hurt? Ancient ones. Eldritch ones. So I think you should take that as a W. In a way, you know?
OMG mom, you said 6-7 mango TS is tough.
God damn it, that's what you were talking about. Oh, easy with the ancients. It's not slander. I wish I could be an ancient eldritch one. I wish I could be ancient and eldritch. You know? I'm too young to say that my back hurts. I'm not old enough to be telling people not to step on my lawn, you know? It's all its own thing, you know? I get it. You need to get a short story done so you can remember Kiwi is an ancient goblin. Well, yeah, but you yourself are not that ancient. Your body is broken too much. That's okay. I mean, you got history. You're not at the I should buy a boat age. Yeah, I'm only 25. I shredded my right shoulder and it hurts every day. I can complain about joints, aches, and pain. Well, yeah, if you get trauma, sure. What do you call something that's devoured an eldritch being? What are you doing? Is this why my mic is weird? Because you keep chewing on the cable? Stop. You're not gonna be able to do this soon. Starting. Please update the tracking. 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 No, it still says tomorrow after stream starts. I'm gonna poop my pants. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. An ancient devourer? Devouring eye. Something like that. Don't I need to get Moira her own cables? She's got string and mock cables that she can chew on. She just chooses not to. She just chooses to be a goober. You being a bigger goober? Okay, no, she's just sitting on my computer. Shitty crying and coping. Oh, these are all like pretty recent. Pog. This one. This one. This one. A peak one. Let's see. Do we have... This is a repo one. I'm gonna top all. Oh my god, some of these are old. We can do this one. Last year, 3 years, 2 months. Can we go back to the 30-day one? I like the 30-day one. This one, yeah, she's got a different model in this one. This one would be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got this one. Did I get this one? Yes. But this one, I did not get this one. Here with a song request. Oh, I got that one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll be feeling better. This one. Yeah. Download. I got back from a panic attack. I hope you're feeling better. I'm sorry you had a panic attack. But the vibes have calmed down here, so I hope that you can, you know, chill out with all of us. We got the media for that one. Upload cover image. This. Nope, wrong one. No. It's this one. There we go. Subtitles, music. Yep. Guys, if your friend doesn't come with you, come with their pet snake to help you out of a panic attack, are they really your friend? That's a good point. But I'm glad you're feeling better though. I've been 30, feeling like a bag of shit. No, my clothes are dirty. Oh, I'm feeling like a bag of shit. Oh damn, I missed my cup. OMG, that is just my luck. Mirror say, what's up, you useless fuck? Are you feeling how I'm feeling? I haven't had a shower in the last 9 days. I'm staring at the ceiling. I'm craving for this feeling to go away. But it won't go away. I'm feeling like I wanted this shit. I'm really feeling. I feel like shit. Shit. Yeah, it's not this shit. Fucking knuckle back. They also have one more artist, which I want to find. So I feel like I want to get lit. Shit. LEDs. Do you feel like shit? Oh, you feel like shit? Oh yeah. Tell us. You feeling that shit? That shit. Oh yeah. Who made Mashies? Mashies 2D model. They might have another Twitch. And now to vent because why not? Understandable. Go forward. 2D cheaters. Emotes by Rinrin. Alternate live 2D cheater. Let me. Let me go ask Mashy. Shy. Can't spell. It sounds like some top tier cuddle. It does. Through the pictures and slam through the back of my Dracula. Alright, reverse waterfalls. The anime edit did a lot better, so now I gotta do more animated edits. Yeah. Waterfalls can ignore gravity. Willy Wonka must have dumped his fizzy lifting drink in some rivers before falling into the sky. Is there an anime scene with a waterfall in it? Anime scene with waterfall. I was about to get some Buster lore. Valid. Man, this is gonna take forever. Sasuke waterfall scene. Sasuke waterfall scene? Sasuke waterfall scene. Fuck yeah. So many animes have waterfall scenes. That's the problem though, is because like I just maybe want to find one that looks good, and then like I don't know the best way is training on the waterfall to get stronger trope. Ooh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. This is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. So you it's just hard because, like, how the fuck am I supposed to... Like, I just want one that matches the general vibe, and I don't want to have to look them up all the time because it's hard. Hard. Willy Wonka. Is there an anime Willy Wonka? Willy Wonka. I think there's one where a giant log falls down the waterfall. I mean, I don't mind it either way for that one. Okay, there's no such thing as an anime Willy Wonka. Or PTSD because my bio mom is a bitch and emotionally, physically, and verbally abused me, making me very sensitive, yelling in argument. Part 1. Understandable, same. Might also have some characters that reverse reality. Ooh. That's a going scene where anime character reverses time. Oh, Gojo's got time stuff, doesn't he? Hold on, let me message Andrea. I don't know if Andrea has a better resource for something like this. Andrea is away. Never mind. Best way to find specific anime scenes that can match a prompt. There's a few Bleach characters. Oh, what's this? Okay. Before you use any of the resources, we suggest that you familiarize with fair use. Be aware that fair use is a legal defense. Okay. Oh. I get that it wasn't bad enough for me to give what? To give me PTSD. My mother's yelling before she chilled out, made me freeze up whenever someone yells around me. Aizen's power is to make you believe whatever an illusion he makes. The character literally a reverse perspective, like upside down. Ooh. Bleach. Time. I just kind of want to, I don't know. I don't know if a waterfall scene or a reverse time one would be better. Okay, I have to. Is there any way to do it? I do a lot of editing. I like to use clips from very specific life. I've seen where characters using a computer, eating. Things like the one probably for databases. Anime character with waterfall. Where's the waterfall? Where's the waterfall? Anime waterfall. This get on play. Oh, okay, this might be the wrong place. Okay. Aww. Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe not that one. Part 2. Now I live with my best friend's family and they have basically adopted me, but like all families, they have their problems. The youngest family member has one problem. He's a narcissist with anger issues and is lazy. That's valid, but sometimes you can't pick and choose your family, you know? Sometimes it's just the family that you choose. What is it? Blood is thicker than the water. What was the full thing? Blood is thicker than water football. I forgot what the whole thing. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, meaning the family you choose is stronger. Yeah. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water in the womb. Yup. I want to share for this with a called Trace My Way. If you're like me and so the struggle with this one day, so Lifesaver allows you to upload screenshots or input video links or to search for information. Oh, anime. Fuck. Waterfall in anime. I'm drawing a cult. Fuck them bitches you grew up with. The milk cult will provide. This is true. It's just so hard to search. I want to find like a better way of looking stuff like this up. Clips, niche. What is this one? What is this? That's that one's a service? What do you mean this one's a service? You mean that this one's a service? Bleach. What is this? Subscription based? Is there I don't see a payment plan. But this still doesn't exactly do what I want it to do. Bottom of the homepage? Oh. Damn it. Just, hold on. I do a lot of editing, and I like these because something's very close somewhere where I can find this scenario. I feel like none of these really work all that well. Can't pass any websites. Someone didn't get any responses. Thank you for the wellness check. Thank you for the thin check as well. Dude, literally no one, like, fucking answered this. Fuck, my god. How can I filter through movies to find a specific? Sally, it's so limited. How do you analyze animations? What about catalog of anime clips? This is what I was on earlier. It was a Discord. Mainly the enemy realm masters and its Discord for the codes. Please read all rules. Failure to abide by the rules. Well, F. Keep in mind that some animes are in Japanese or Mandarin form. All series are ongoing. So, what happened if I did Bleach? I see. That is a lot more than I think I want. What does everyone get? Customers begin this way. Wrong master list. These episodes and movies and movies about low so fast on make it the anime not seeing it. Yeah, buddy! That's the problem. It took me like 2 hours to fix an error I was having, but finally finished my classwork for the evening. Well, now you can just relax, play a video game if you so desire. I'm gonna join this person's Discord and hope to God that I'm not fucking doxing myself. Okay. Something. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing? So this leads to tonight's fight. Amber had put a can of soda down on the table. Suddenly enters the boy. He sees the can that is sitting on the table and in the area of the table that he eats dinner. He then looks towards Amber and says, broke out into a giant iron that I was not a part of. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. I guess. I get back to work on my personal Hearthlings, or I may just play Hearthstone until I get tired and go to bed. That's valid. You have okay. 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 I don't really know what I'm doing, but meh. A little shithead. Why would he even care other than to cost pop? It's valid. That is valid. So after this, the fight ends up with all one person speaking. I mean, hey, listen, I understand that you're probably indebted to that family because they took you in, but at the same time, understand that, like, also, you know, it's not your problem a lot of the times, you know? You don't want to fuck with it, you don't gotta fuck with it. I just want a scene with the Naruto's! Oh! Thanks for the yeet. So confused what I'm doing. I wanna get into it and how much I want this. A bit meta, but I think your best bet is look for your clips, bro, and mix in some classics. That's what I'm thinking, but this shit's hard, dude. Like, I wish, I'm gonna be honest here. I wish I could get something, a tool perhaps, that could look at anime and be like, hey, guess what? Look at this. Look, there's this scene in this anime has a waterfall in it, and then I'd be so much happier. Is this a waterfall? Is this no, this does not look like a water. God damn it. I'm glad it's over now. Me too. Specific. Ooh, what's this one? God, I hate the Baki animation style, but I think that might work. Ugh. Upset. Like, annoyed. Glitter in your eyes and say other things. I'm just a new person all over again. Oh. There's a few scenes in One Piece. We can't have it all be One Piece, my love. Can't all be One Piece. Where's Verse Mountain where the water flows up hell? Okay, you can send me that one then. But you only get one One Piece clip per video. Yeah, but Kiwi, it's not. I just don't want it to all be One Piece. And I'm in Detroit waters, so obviously I can drink it warm just fine. I was supposed to buy an ice cream at the store today. Warm water kind of gross though. Warm water's kind of gross though. What episode? What season and what episode is this, Kiwi? One time. It's at the end of the live action? Oof. Okay, so I guess season 1 probably. Maybe. The only water that I don't think is disgusting warm is from the Detroit City water system. I just don't like warm water. I think around episode 50. Okay. It's they put in the captions episode 61. Okay. Download standard download. Oh get to I'm involved in this part fucking 5. So during the talk, mom tells me and Amber to just do something when the boy asks nicely, references the situation that just happened a while ago that we moved past. All the time they seem pissed off, so once it's all over, I go to my room and have fun. Okay. I mean, meh. Meh. Things happen, you know. It gets a little rough, but, you know. I'm glad that it was able to be solved amicably. You see, I wasn't involved. That's valid. I mean, like, you could distance yourself from the situation more if it makes you feel any better. Really Wonka must have dumped some physiology. I think we could just do a Willy Wonka clip. But I'm sorry you had to go through that. This works. Fall. Jesus Christ, that sucks. What an awful move, digging up something from the past. Yeah, unfortunately, parents don't always understand the context of certain things will rehash memories because they just think it'll be a good example. Okay, maybe I exaggerate just a little bit. What? What really happened is when channels Mm. Poo. It's fun to leave comments in the script tree. That's valid. Basically, the things were said, and then stuff became directed at only me and Amber. Just dragged me back up to my house where I'm being yelled at for existing in space. That's valid, but you're part of their family, and they probably didn't mean anything by it, you know? But I'm sorry that it triggered some PTSD for you. Exaggerated. What really happens is wind channels into a perfect updraft that pushes against the water, and it shoots the water back into this gorgeous river. In the situation, my response are best in ZMs or the blanket fort because I type essays. Valid. And that is an appropriate response because while I'm happy for people to be sad about stuff, people want to support, the blanket fort is always there. I wonder if they talk about where the scenes come from. I dragged you into that with the argument in the first place. That's valid. I hope that it could be an insightful time. Let's see, I guess I have to find a scene of which one I like the best. Enterprise always a good plan. It develops good self-awareness and reflection upon situations. Okay, I gotta reread the line. Speaking of, I need to text my therapist to change my schedule because my current appointment is in the middle of my stats class. Damn! Hopefully they have openings. What really happens in wind channels? Ooh. I actually quite like the second scene. This one? Okay. 51. Or turn on subs to see the names of the key animation on the screen. Oh, fuck it. Weathering with You. Is it this one? Children of the Sea. Oh, I think it was before this. Papa, forgive me. I'm sorry for my sins. Did I skip it? Oh no, it's this one. Okay, it was Weathering with You. Okay. Weathering with You. It's the end of this. Thank you for the wellness check, Rainer. Is it the end of this? Three, four, 1, 2, 3, 4. Trying to find the specific scene. So to look up where I can get Detroit style pizza near me, but I realized as a stupid guy I can just go to any local pizza place. That's valid. I wonder if they have any others. Man. I could use a rain scene in person, actually. Where's the rain? Rustling leaves, late rain. Special rain. Rain. Gorgeous reverse flow. I wonder. Drinks. Liquid. Effects. Character acting. Flying. Hair and fabric. Walking. Swordplay. Gunpla. I mean, honestly, couldn't I just keep using the sections in this liquid one? Why would I want a pizza in Philly? Because maybe it was to go Philadelphia. Wonder. Okay, wait. This gives me a new idea. Oh, how are you holding up tonight? Good. Just lots of thinking. Lots of thinking. I mean, Philly is nice, but I gave my car to my brother while I'm at uni. That's valid. Hold on, I'm gonna look at something. What is this? Just curious. Nope, okay. I'm curious. Okay. Then how does this work? It's like a thing I can't download them. Download. What's this one? I almost want like. Okay, wait. I've already forgotten what thing I'm thinking of. Okay, maybe this is sure. What really happens is when channels into a perfect. Maybe this one. Stick to me. Hello, werewolf. To me like caramel. Up beside me. That beginning part wasn't too bad. Ooh, I want this one. That was this one. I think I need it, then I understand. Did you know? Save. This becomes really has the wind channels and gorgeous. I wonder if I can find one for Ponyo. Damn. What other scenes have water in them? I could do that one as well. I think that was like up here, I think. Nope, not that one. This one. Yeah. It's a prison, a beautiful nightmare. I'm gonna call this one specific. Or what was it called? The wind. This can only happen if the wind is moving about 47 miles per hour, though. That may sound so since it's about the speed you drive around town, but that's the speed of the hurricane. I really don't have Ponyo. It really makes me think of Ponyo. Pencils, background animations, aircraft. What spell is this? Oh, this is the AME machines. Wind. Hair and fabric wouldn't be bad. That one wouldn't be bad. Full Metal Alchemist. Ooh. Ooh! Oh, there's so many good ones for wind. I think I liked Beyond the Boundary. We need a windy scene. I think it might have been this one, though. NCD, this one. Oop, shit, I need to put the cash on my debit card. Good idea. Good idea. Not that one. What about this one? That's not bad. Wind speed. Oh, this can only happen if the wind is moving about 47 miles per hour, though. That may sound slow since it's speed you can... Okay, what about speed? Ooh, okay. I know I don't keep cash on it, but my Costco card is up for renewal and they don't accept my credit card. Yeah, they only accept debit cards. Or MasterCards, I think. Food, effects, falling, flying, piano. What animes have cars in them? Wait, hold on. This can only happen if the wind is moving at 75 miles. That may sound slow since it's the amount of speed you drive around town. Cars 2? Bro, that's not an anime. Anime with cars. Okay, I guess we're doing Speed Racer. Okay, then initial D. Okay. If I just look up car, what happens? Anything? Nope. Okay. And God, I'm hungry, but everything to eat in the house has dairy in it, and I will throw up if I have dairy right now. Is there anything you could have, like a fruit or a salad? Salad? Does Trigun have one? Did I see Trigun? Any ramen? Ramen is also a good idea. About to Uber Eats right now? Fair. You should do that. If you can Uber Eats, I would advise it. I just want like a casual driving scene. Okay, I don't think it needs to be crazy. Oh, did I go to a different list? I think I went to a different list. I think I did. For the reason my heart's racing. Do any of these have cars in it? Does Solo Leveling have cars in it? Fire Force doesn't. Cyberpunk does, probably. Car. This one? Yes, yes, perfect. This website is amazing. Initial D mentioned? It was, but this fucking website doesn't have it. Driving speed. That's more than half the speed of a hurricane. Anime with storms in them. With hurricane. Withering with you. I don't know, do they have that one? They did. Is that the one I was looking at earlier? I don't remember. No, I didn't look at this one. What the fuck? Hold on, wait. Oh, that's not bad. Is it this one? No, that one doesn't have as much of the water in it. Maybe this one? This one would be good. Yo, it's bad. I'm getting winter right now as if it isn't 10 o'clock. It's not that late to eat dinner. I've eaten dinner later. That's okay. If you need food and you're hungry, you gotta eat no matter what. Hurricane. I need a storm. Where's a storm? I need a storm. I need a storm. Where's the storm? Food is good no matter the time. Yeah. Is it a storm? Are you a storm? It's not a hurricane. I need like a windy storm. That guy's got a gun. This one? Storm chasing or anything that's about weather. I'll check that out. Wow. They have Ponyo, but they don't have. Is this one? I'm eating leftover panda. Ooh. I mean, it's a late dinner time, but it's not bad. I mean, midnight Taco Bell or leftovers all the time. Yeah. It just happens sometimes. I need like a hurricane. With a hurricane. Anime with bad weather. My defense, I probably should eat after having. You should eat if you're hungry. If you're hungry, you should eat. Ooh, what about Totoro? That probably doesn't have. It's probably not on here, is it? I have your name on here though. How about this one? Done taking notes. Good job. Come on, give me a storm. Give me a storm. I know animes with storms in them. This one does not really have any bad weather in it, but it's really pretty. What about this one? That works. This works. It's like hard rain. Grow up poor, stop being good people. I don't know if those correlate, but okay. Storm. What was this one? Oh, this was the extra one for something in here. But that's more than half the speed of a hurricane. Force winds. I've said Ponyo like 5 times. The website doesn't have Ponyo. Trailer. We have our One Piece clip already. Kiwi already chose the One Piece clip for this week. You don't get another one. You guys are about to. I'm about to eat all of you. Y'all are talking about One Piece outside of your designated One Piece time, and I'm gonna fight you. Grow up in the very food focused family, so prepare yourself for me to always try to get you to eat. Ooh. Don't make me. I will ban the word One Piece. Don't make me do it. I will do it. Either you behave or I ban the word One Piece from my chat. Keep finding you people. Because people care. That's crazy. It's like people care about you, Buster. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm not clicking it, Kiwi. Unfortunately for you, I'm mad at you, so I'm not clicking it. You wouldn't? Oh, these are private. That wasn't even me. Yeah, but you said cult! Oh. Yeah. I guess. Yeah, sure. You're part of it. You're part of the problem. Y'all need to calm down. I will. I'll give you a 5-second ban every time the word one and peas get put together. Thank you, Vex. Did you rickroll me? Is this a rickroll? God damn you, you son of a bitch! One Kiwi. Try me. Try me. Try me! Try me. I will fight you. I can fix your mood in 3 clicks. Maybe. That's not fair! You can't buy out my emotions! Son of a bitch, Kiwi! Thank you for the goddamn you fucking... You motherfucker, you... What the fuck am I supposed to do? I can't just be mad... You son of a bitch. What am I gonna do now? I'll bribe you for one piece. Fine. 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 But you know that's gonna be very costly very soon. If every time you talk about One Piece outside of the designated One Piece time, you have to give me 5 subs, that'll become very expensive. I don't want to do that. I want to talk about One Piece whenever. God damn it. Thank you, Vexed. Thank you, Vexed. Thank you, Vexed, for the Rickroll and the biddies. I appreciate you very much. Mwah. Oh, I see. They don't really have like a list. Don't be kissing my pookie. Someone doesn't like platonic love. What type of friend are you? I guess a shitty one? I don't know. What do you want me to say, man? I was just thanking him. Happy lady equal One Piece time. Only sometimes. Can we literally not be any, like, more interesting and talk about anything other than the One Piece? Get away. That one's mine. Okay, I guess I just won't talk to Vexed anymore.
Hi, I'm Kiwi and I'm commandeering the stream and entertaining chat because the boss is focused.
Fucking stupid. You guys are stupid. This song's stupid. Fucking song is so fucking stupid. These are dumb. I feel personally attacked by the song. That was stupid. I love you guys. I'm sorry that I got a bit upset. I don't mind you guys talking about One Piece, but sometimes it does get a little overwhelming. And also, if I'm celebrating something, like thanking someone for something, it hurts being rejected in that kind of space of being like, oh, thank you, and then me showing my affection. And I never mean any of my things romantic, you know? I always mean them platonic because, as you guys know, I'm in my own relationship. So I never mean it in a way that's, like, romantic, or if it makes you uncomfortable, I never mean that either. Again, I'm sorry for getting upset. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to say anything I'd regret. There's a lot of water in this. They get touristy in this? They get touristy in this? Oh, look at all those heart emotes. So many heart emotes. And I promise I wasn't really mad about the whole One Piece thing more than I was kind of just sad about being rejected of celebrating small victories. Is this a touristy thing? I know you were joking. It was already a lot for me to kind of handle the whole, you know, takeover of the conversation. Okay. What about assassination classroom? Assassination classroom. Thank you for the head pats. And for being here with me, even though I was being a bit of a goober. Okay, they don't have assassination classroom, goddammit. Thank you for the boopus. Thank you for the boopus. I need to finish Jujutsu Kaisen. All these things are rather interesting. Got overwhelmed. That's okay. We still love you platonically. Yippee! It's just, I don't know. I don't feel like I need to say like this. I don't know. I just don't want to be misconstrued, because then I feel bad. Kamiyoshi Gege, thank you. So One Piece is still, of course it's on the menu. Of course you're like, hold on. I'll even change one of the events, hold on. Edit this and all events in this series next. This is One Piece watch. I don't like it. One Piece watch party. Chat got me to watch. When you hear no development, I do. What's up? That's Vex. Stop. 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 I will cry. Stop it. Should I do a little cover image? Oh shit! I canceled it. My bad. One Piece watch party. Chat got me to watch One Piece. One Piece header. Last thing I want you guys tired of One Piece fans now. Just that you just started watching. That's valid. That's valid. This one's cute. I like this one. Oh, that he never lifts a finger. Sorry, I got emotional. I'm a big old baby. Oh, it fits too. That's crazy. Wait. That one. Wait. Weekly on Saturday, Sundays. We'll do Sundays. Sunday on Sunday. Save it. Okay. There you go. It's officially the One Piece watch party. So me and we make two cis people. I was thinking about that. I didn't want to say that out loud, but I realized you two make two cis people. You do. But I didn't want to say that until you guys realized it. You're my nakama. It's a One Piece you'll learn. Okay. I'm excited to learn. Maybe Attack on Titan's got a thing about it? I'm like looking for like a touristy thing. Where they're like traveling. Bro, I don't know. This shit's hard. They do have Dawn to Dawn. Oh, active. Oh, active packs are ones that I'd have to pay for. But because I'm not using... Oh. There's a lot of exploration type. Yeah. It's just hard because, like I said, I can't find any. Actually, let me go back. This one? Can I look at this one? I can look at this one. We've been hunting. Didn't have the time. 1 buster plus 1 vex equals 2 cis people? Exactly. Yep. This is correct. Oh, this one's like he's traveling. Kind of. Wait, no, this one. This one. This one. Maybe like a plane thing? I like this one. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe it's song request. I realize I should be in coworking. Script and videos. Better than this. Happen when the waterfall and wind is just places have better conditions for it to happen more often than tourist destinations. So I have 2 of them, right? Interesting. It didn't download the other one, which is very interesting. So it only downloaded the ones that I actively right click. Straight for T? T for talk about it? T for T? Look at clip. Yeah. Can it happen anywhere? This place is better than their tourists. Some of the most popular ones: India, Hawaii, Japan. We're gonna go back to weathering with you. Oh my god, they're TF2! Oh my god, they're TF2! Oh shit, my stuff's lagging. My shit's lagging. Chat, my face tracking's lagging. Or am I looking for Children of the Sea? I think I'm looking for Children of the Sea, actually. What's happening? I think I need to maybe restart items. Just go be dorpy for a second. I want to do one more, I think. Did you know anime? Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna do like general land masses. But I think we have enough of those for now. Ooh, wait, this one. I like this one. Congratulations on the marriage. Yippee! Are we gonna have our first milk club wedding? Are we gonna have our first milk club wedding? Guys. First milk club wedding? Yeah. I don't know if you're planning any trips, but there are... I need boat. Otherwise I'm doing weathering with you again. And it's like... I can use all of them. Wait, do they have Fire Force? There's a thing where they're on a ship on Fire Force. I think it's later in the seasons, though. Yeah, I think it's like... like in the middle of season 1? So which one of us wears the dress? But where you both wear a mix of dress suit. You guys seen those dress suits? Is it early on this season? Dress mixed with suit. Yes, like this. These are cool. I like them. Suit on top. They definitely wear a dress. Like, look at this one though. It'd be pretty cool. Why the fuck does it happen, bruh? Does it really happen in... I don't think it happens in season 2. You both wear ornate robes. That'd be pretty fucking sick, actually. Oh my god, that would actually be really cool. Can I wear a kilt? Ooh, kilts are cool. Ooh, what's this one? I like that one. I have to have some traveling ones in this one, yeah? It'll be like we'll do episode 5. I don't like that one. 8. What about 8? This one's fine. Just do this one and then we'll do one of these. It's a lot of cloth if you go traditional. That's true. Is this one different? I don't want the beginning of it though. Download. Right, do I think that I have enough? Photo shoot. I think I need a little bit more. I need like more slice of life animes. Okay, happy, sad, we'll be asking them who contributes to them. I forgot what I was doing. Okay. I don't know if Noragami. To Your Eternity might. Yeesh. This one? That's a fight scene. This one looks nice. Look at this one. This one won't be bad either. Huh? What about this one? I feel like this one's gotta have some, like, really pretty shots. And not just intense shit, you know? Has a Taj Mahal scene? Whoa, what the fuck, really? That's crazy. It's not bad. Wait, what's this one? I really should watch this anime. Ooh. Freak out. I'm just trying to get, like, different environments. Doesn't matter if they're real or not, kind of thing. The Rolling Girls, maybe one more. Oh, this one kind of looks a little touristy. They're going to, like, a theme park, it looks like. This one works too. Alright, I'm sure that's enough. Does the name actually come from Arthur, or is it more like Listen Here Buster kind of thing? Or did you just like the name Buster? Alright, I think we have enough. Guys, we haven't even scripted Vibe and Shine yet. I need to get us a snack, though. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a snack really quick. I'm back. What's happening? I went to get a snack. What's happening? What's happening? What did I miss? Was a bunny VTuber? It's a parody of the character. Wait. Next week was Impact. Yeah, it is. Because Buffy mentioned it and I thought it'd be cool. I feel like you lost character. Yeah, I finally bit the bullet and made the separation for the character. But if you decide to say that, ooh. I make my joke because you show what's happening. Where's Rex to drink my damn! Ah, crazy. You got the new one. Yeah, Elaine's back. Welcome back. Hello. Hello. I have some plantain chips. Waterfall. That's awfully unsanitary, Vex. But okay. As long as you want, yeah, you know what? Have fun. Front page done. Download. Don't save. Nope. 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 Vex, I would like you to be on a video call with me and say that to me straight faced after watching the My Strangest Addiction about the woman who drinks her piss. And then we'll talk. Reading shampoo, you were mad at chat? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hold on, 1 second. Thank you for letting me know. I'm sorry I was mad at you guys. Thank you for letting me know, baby. Because I have banana chips. Plantain chips are like banana chips, but a lot. Vex, stop. You're giving me anxiety. Stop. I didn't think you'd actually do it. Stop. I didn't think you'd actually call me. He called me on my bluff, alright? Alright, valid. He called me on my bluff. Alright? You got me on that one. I don't actually want to rewatch that episode of the woman drinking her piss. Wait, what? Vex isn't wrong. What makes piss dirty is the urethra. Really? But it's like a byproduct of food. Get called Lamau. You got me. Goddamn. I didn't know you'd call me on my bluff, but you did. But does that mean what makes the poop unsanitary is your anus? Is the external hole of your anus? Did Buster get winged? Did Buster get their winged? Yum, 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 yum. This is filtered blood. Okay, that's valid. But does that mean the same conundrum happens with poop? I love it rings. Can I have a fry if I give you ice cream? No, wait, you can't have ice cream. What if I made you homemade ice cream? Because we have a homemade ice cream machine, and I can make lactose-free ice cream for you. I can make sherbet ice cream. Crab fry. Ammonia is cleaner. Okay, but what about poop? What about poop? You guys are skipping over the poop fact. I want to know about the poop fact. What about the poop fact? Yay! Well, I don't want to just take your fry. You know, I would happily share my food with you. You know. Oh, so we're skipping it because Buster's about to eat. Fine. Wait, but you guys were talking about the thing while I was eating my plantain chips. This is awfully uneven. I feel like it's awfully uneven. It won't be here. It won't. Wait, what? Oh, it won't be here until 10 minutes. See? But valid. It won't be. What? Wait. Are you saying it won't be here until 10 minutes? Or it won't be here in 10 minutes because they're gonna be late? What's a probiotic? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I understand. Thank you, Vex and Kiwi. I understand the error in my confusion. Thank you. Thank you. It won't be here until 10:58. I was like 6 minutes away. Put my lunch in the oven. You're so lucky I'm eating plantain chips right now. I can't read. I can't read either. It's okay. Buster and Kiwi can read though, so they can read for us. I'm gonna go stock my door. Sounds good. I prepared stuff for this already. I prepared stuff for this video already. November 15th to 21st. You're gonna go pee? Okay. Have fun going pee. Shine. Hey, no, good enough. Good enough. This is the wrong folder. This one, this one, this one. Where'd they go? Oh, they're in here. This one. I forgot. I think I'm gonna do this one. This one next. Just keep on swimming, and then the sleepy cat. I think. Did I name the names? I didn't. Fuck. Did you food guess? I did not. I can do that right now. I do it right now. What score did you get? Did you get a good score? I just remember I didn't make a plate for myself when I was getting my wife dinner. Get yourself some food. Please, get yourself some food. Getting late. We have pork chops. I want pork chops. Alright, let me do guesser. Food guesser time. You can now add friends on Food Guesser? Oh shit. Vex, you wanna be friends? Vex, I wanna be friends. Is your name Vex on here? Vex? I can't tell. Vex? Vexed? You have no name on here. There's words on that box. Extra saltat. Sour cream, milk, flour, butter, sugar, salt, and cinnamon. Is this Russian? I make up a cow. Oh, you don't have to. It's okay if you don't have one. What the fuck Russia borders Russia? Kazakhstan? Oh fuck. North? That sounds like kind of grits, but not yet. Made pog. I will add you after this. Spook 'em. Spook 'em like a sleep paralysis demon. Finland? Where's Finland? Sweden? It was Norway, god damn it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Norway, okay. I guess it kind of borders Russia. I think that's silly. It kind of borders Russia. Just want my bones wang. Is it a United States thing? Yo with a slash was a dead giveaway. What? Not always. Have a sandwich. A loose meat sandwich. Motherfucking sloppy Joe. Why is that black? Why is that purpley black? Chocolate cocoa powder. This is it like a chocolate lava cake? Germany? Italy? Yahoo! Espresso is a giveaway on this one. Oh, is espresso like Italian? Flourless chocolate cake. When I think of chocolate, I think of Germany. But then it was like borders, and I was like, yeah. This it is. I got 11,000. Points are vexed in my attitude. I need this bitch in a 450 BM. I need this bitch in a 400. What? And a Ford F-150 to be at my door now. That's understandable. Red friend. I've added you as a friend. And now we can compare scores. I don't know why you would need this and why you couldn't just tell your friends, but I'm gonna use it anyway. The new Ford F-150. Whatever poker brother in the spaghetti noodle turns out it was his uncle. A file. Ooh, they do have a Discord. That seems pretty cool. Uh-oh. I didn't know they had a Discord. I am in enough Discords. But maybe. If I ever get bored. Have you ever struggled to read while trapped in the body of a shrimp? That's what it's like to drive a Ford F-150. Yeah. Yeah. This is true. That's very true. Living in Texas is feeling. Living in Texas, feeling never in enough Discords. I have to categorize my Discord. This might be useful in the future. I'll put this somewhere important. There we go. Plantain chips. Plantain chips. Blah 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 plantain chips. Quite a lot of just animals on this one. I was very high. If you live near Austin or Houston, or if you dead job, that's gonna say what the fuck? I had some special connections. Right before the new year. I believe in you. Sometimes all you need to relax is a good old head scratch and an empty mind. Just like this little dear friend has a missing tooth. Just like this little dear friend who is not only missing a tooth, but also a brain cell. I'm really to remove my entire jaw for literally no reason or better. Why? You need that to eat. You need your jaw to eat. What's wife doing? I was playing 7 Days to Die. I'm just gonna go back over here now. Sometimes all you need to do relax is all you need to relax is a good old head scratch and an empty mind. Just like this little dear friend who's not only missing a tooth, but also a brain cell. They're adorable. Pure bliss smile. Reminded me to turn my brain off. No reason. It was probably nothing but negative. You just want to do it. You just want to try it. Y'all, not to be racist, but this white woman got a black eye. Maybe he's like queen treatment, you know? Maybe she's driving. Is she the one driving? Because if she's the one driving, I think that's fair. Little motivation can go a long way. The brain cell. Okay, maybe he's doing DoorDash, and she's like, maybe she had a day job. Think about it. Maybe she had a day job, and she's like, "Oh, are you gonna go do DoorDash delivery tonight?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just, I want to just make a couple extra bucks." And she's like, "Oh, let me go with you." He's like, "No, you've had a long day at work." She's like, "No, I miss you. Let me come with you." What if it was like that? But oh fuck, I want fries. What motivation going on? So I hope that the are in. It's her account. Oh, shit. I think I've run out of excuses. Alright, fair. It's bullshit. I have no more excuses. It's bullshit. She didn't fry this rice. Or, okay, wait. Wait. Nope. Yep. I got no. I don't think I have any, Like, either he was banned or couldn't make an account. Yeah, maybe. And forced her, like, had her make an account. Like, hey, like, if you make an account, we can make money off of your account. Yeah. Bright side. Bright side. A species for just that is the moa moa. However, let's see. So maybe completely empty in the noggin. Time to do some big back shit. Do it! I wanted to do that too. I wanted to put my banana chips, my plantain chips, I wanted to dip them in Nutella. But my body would be very mad at me, I think, if I did that. So I just took the plantain chips. Empty mine, just like this little deer who's not on the secret remaining tail. Noggin. Maybe noggin is not in. To the dream world. Nutella? Huh? What's wrong with the way I say Nutella? Is that not how you're supposed to say Nutella? Oh, I bit my lip. Picture of food. I know, it's making me hungry. I thought I was good on my plantain chips, and now I'm hungry again because you posted pictures of your food, and now I gotta eat more plantain chips. Because maybe you have it. Starfish. Absorb. How about you? But when I'm scroll out for sleep, that is just out of. Fuck, I know. Yeah, but I got your hiccup. Dear. Silly. Nope. Brain. Moa moa. See. Sleep. The flavors are melting on my dog. Wait. We never talked about how I say Nutella, though. There's nothing wrong with the way I say Nutella. Oh, I gotta do a head count for Wednesday. I'll do it tomorrow. Nutella is how you say it? Nutella? Nutella, Nutella? Oh, why? It's cute when you say it. You're cute. You're cute. Your hair is cute. Your whole existence is cute. I like that Kiwi. I saw Kiwi just lurking to read my script to make sure I'm not being open. You also say a Nutella? Damn. Damn. Being a stripper to make your eyes better. Okay, I there's a cancer in my eyes. Guys, I closed my eyes and I can't see anymore. Was that better? I'll say it incorrectly. I guess I can be surprised. Oh yeah. No, I'm about to bust with everybody. Yeah. I'm not about to hiccup with every fucking breath I take, though. So, Kiwi, you said you weren't gonna. You betray me. You said you weren't gonna. You big old bitch. You said you weren't gonna. Guys, Kiwi said he wasn't gonna do this, and then he did it. Oops, oops, all berries. Oops, all berries. That's okay. It's okay. That was a really good one. Run it back. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's still funny. It's a good one. I can't be mad at it. If it wasn't as funny as it is, I would not accept it. I'd be like, damn betrayal. But that one was actually really good, so I can't be mad. And out to watch me die. It's good, tastes good, it must be mine. The potato. Oh, I don't want to log in, bro. I'm trying to stop and again. I forgot if I paid off my credit card or not. I don't think I did. I think I forgot. Alright, so when it comes tomorrow, that means you have a new mic for collab? This is true. It's true. Let me check the shipping. Please have an update. Please have an update. Please. It says it's in Hillsborough. It says it's in I gotta send this to Pixels. I've been giving him daily updates, and I've been complaining about not having the mic in my hands at the moment that I bought it, so it's like, you know. This one. Heavy breathing. There you go. Okay. Trailer. Hello, Quetzal. Oh fuck, that doesn't work. Save as. No. His wings are jiggling on my wiggly until what? What? Y'all, I need mental health. It's okay, we all do. Oh, Lane, the reason I showed you last stream, guess what? Whoa. What's up? Damn, he looks fine. Highway time. It's a minute long. Let's do this one too. Pain is basically mental health. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I make it worse. But sometimes, yeah. Alright, we gotta play this game. I say is I didn't grab anything of the information on the game. Got me acting devious. It's understandable, though. Weird jellyfish handles marriage with a crisis with... Maybe I should... Another world is about... Maybe I should do that. Oh, no. Another world is a pixel art action adventure narrative experience, and also a dark, decadent land full of filthy creatures. After being abandoned by his wife, Mido faces his... I like this. Okay, I have to edit this though, because I think certain words may not be allowed on. Or at least try. Get money. Filled with minigames. Filled with minigames. Right. This world. Explore. Brennan, you're... Oh, really? Damn. Just to check, what kind of fish was in Vitamin Shop? I think it's called a moa moa. Oh, it's a mola mola fish. Oh. Okay, it's a mola mola fish. Oh, my bad. My bad. Or a sunfish. An ocean sunfish. But I like to call it a mola mola. Mola fish. Mola mola. Mola mola. There's nothing to mirror about how I'm eating the wings. I'm basically slurping down it like it's... Oh. Oh, Lane, that's a Pokemon? A Pokemon? No, that's a real fish! It's an Animal Crossing! It's an Animal Crossing, I promise! Time to kick axes. Fight Savage Rush's turn. Filled with minigames, a boss fight. This world has so much for you to explore. No, it's a Pokemon. It's both. It's a skin in Fortnite, actually. Actually, it's a skin in Fortnite. It's not actually a skin in Fortnite. There's only 3 left. Damn. There's a hilarious pixel art action adventure narrative. Actually, it's a JoJo reference? Damn. Alright, you guys ready to play Netherworld? I'm gonna play it as a shrimp. Netherworld. What the fuck, Netherworld? Is it not on? I don't see it in... Okay, I don't... Cool. We're gonna play a game. I couldn't find the thing on the thingy, so... I don't think you guys can hear it though. Open voice mixer. Game. There you go. Okay. New game. What is this game? We're assuming you've watched the 18+ rating. That means you're about to experience include content not appropriate for audience, strong language, material, nudity, strong sexual content, violence, discrimination, use of drugs, and worst of all, a jinx jellyfish. Thanks for playing, and beware of mages, cokehead mages. Hungry Pixel Team, press any key to continue. Woohoo! Me do. Me do. Me do. You're telling me I should play this game? I did. I feel like that's appropriate because he's a jellyfish. You don't have anything to say? About what? Fine, stay here then. I was trying to do like a smoking person's voice. Witness your wife slamming the door. Bosky, bring me the emergency bottle, will ya? Woo! Thanks for the support, huh? Search for the emergency bottle? Is it in the kitchen? Is there only one vermouth yet? Yuck, the emergency has to be upstairs. Shit, I missed the best part. Aww. Bro, I'm slow as fuck. Oh wait, I have like a hovering mode. Embody Dr. Girlfriend from Fraternal Bros. I don't remember who that is. Wishoo! Ruby. You won't bring me the bottle, but when it comes to throwing me the damn ball, of course. Wee. Switch between interactable objects C, pick up objects F, throwable, hold, aim, and release. Ooh. Ooh. What do you... I think I have to pick up the specific one he wants. Alright. Go get it! Oh wait, but I have to switch between them. Oh, switch between the international objects C? I'm gonna throw all of them? Wait, do I have to throw this one at him? Wow. Her books. This guy is sad. Wait, consume held object? Wait, what? Damn it, there was only one bottom left. I need a drink. I can't even see anything now. What is this? Saving cake for emergency wasn't a good idea. I can't see. What's happening? I guess we're going out? Oh, I'm better. Oh, am I? I don't know. It's like clearing up, but it's still pixelated, so it's hard for me to tell. Alright. I guess we'll go this way. Because the right is always right. It's so dark. My wife has left me. What will I ever do? Hey, come here, birds. Preach. Preach. You'd leave me alone. I'm having enough trouble for today. Why do you even care whether or not I go to the bar? So what's happening? Oh, I'm running. I'm running away from my responsibilities when my wife left me. How's it going, sweet pea? That chick really yelled at you. How did you hear that? Was it that loud? You can hear everything here. I knew it all along that... Okay. Well, Clarice is still my wife. Ha! That bitch ain't coming back, I tell you. Pretty. Oh, Buska, are you here for some discarded meatballs? Yeah, you rascal. Ew, what the fuck? She threw up the meatball. Ew. Do you want one too, my sweetie pie? No, thanks, we're leaving now. Hey, now I beg you be by wherever you are. Alright. I can do the... Of course I love watching you eat meatballs while she grabs my ass. What the fuck? And maybe she's just not the one, you know? Neither are you sick? Shut up. You have trouble sleeping? I got chloroform. Relax, Jeff. A few drinks and I'll be fine. Anything you need, let me know, okay? Viagra, laughing gas, toaster for the bathroom, whatever you... That's crazy. I need none of that. I just need a drink. Where's the bar? What is this? Penny's ice cream. Oh. Poor Penny's ice cream. Roast got me do. Damn, you're in a bad shape. Need a bucket? Keep one for the puke in the later. Kashka, done. You hear about D-Well? Such a shame. Good things always fall in Penny's ice cream. What? Good things always fall in Penny's ice cream. Your mother. Here for the rain. I got a bucket hat. Tab. I wanna wear my bucket hat. I have it. Oh, I have a little bucket hat now. Yippee. You're telling me ice cream costs a penny? Yeah. Ooh. So what do people know? You don't have to protect me from anything. I could care less about Roger. I have a bucket on my head. I forgot how I did this. Okay, there we go. We go inside now. Proo, preachy, proo. I'm gonna take one pick in a minute in the barn. No, you're the one who was only in the barn. You know that happened. Proo. I don't know why we gotta fight with our pet. Feels bad. Shit. No snotty rats in here, me do. Told you. Sorry, Bob. Hey, Shorty. Oh, where's Clarice? I heard she bolted faster than your green snot. Alright, Roger. You're the funniest, Roger. I just want to drink. A Neth? What's a Neth? Am I good? The usual pumpkin vodka coming up. Yeah, boy. Let me drink it up. Get totally blasted on any psychotic substance. Who the fuck is that? Phew, damn girl. I'm so bad. Hello, good damn. Something. Oh, get lucky. Oh, Anita, I'm in love. Did you see that guy at the bar? I know. I mean, wow, let's go. It's a handsome like you. Everyone, listen up. The curtains are open. You see that dwarf girl's running away? What is it called? Life of me do. I don't know what. Who's that? It's just my neighbor. Well, your neighbor is going to be all over me, huh? I'm Yummy. Nice to meet you. And this is a Tana girl. Don't hide. I'm introducing you. Hi, I'm Midu. So your girlfriend left you, huh? Well, my wife. But she didn't leave. She just left. Whatever. Forget her. Live in the moment, darling. Especially with. We're from Pinksburg, huh? That's far as fuck. Yeah, it's and you. Did you come in with a crazy mage? Damn, where'd that motherfucker go? No idea. Her friend looks nice. Looks like Kubik's missing out on shots. Mwahaha. Here's 3 over here. Alright, here's 2. Me do. Have some great company tonight. Cheers. Nice looking up for me. Bartender, 3 more. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting wasted. She seems nice though. Thank you, Anita. I do. The one thing, dude. I think. He's wearing a wig. Want one spiky head? Looks like you need more than I do. Are you? Or you just told Yums? Let's go, Yums. Yeah, better. The heat's making me want to pee too. Oh, damn. You made Roger angry. What's up, bros? What did he shoot? What's up, bro? Look, that weirdo that was missing. That was 107. I'll paint you red. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, he turned his chicken into a chicken. Got into a chicken. Gentleman Bob. Oh, goodbye. Chicken just left. Right to the point, I was looking for my super bro. What? Where do these people come from? Hello, I'm Kubik. You already know that because we're super friends, teehee. Me do. What's wrong, bro? You look super down. Let's drink. You're buying. That's a spirit. Milu and Kubik together to drink the world. They'll charge you for it. That's the plan. That's the plan. We're getting wasted. Let's go, Kubrick. How could this end badly? How could a weird wizard making me drink drinks that I'm totally not that I'm totally not in the right mind for? How could this go bad? Life's a mess, don't you think? Ain't that the truth? Your story has touched me, bro. I can tell. We have a bro connection. But he hasn't told you anything yet. Shh. You know what, Midu? No, yeah, I'll tell you. I'm gonna die. What? I have a serious illness that, well, I need some medicine cure. If not what? It's just a matter of time. Tick-tock, boom, dead. That's rough. Hey, maybe Jeff has them. He's a doctor. What are we waiting for? Let's go see him. Yeah, let's go see Jeff. Come on. Friends, you make it today, but between Wig Boy and Hat Guy, you're rolling. Or at least I have friends, man. Shh, you and I will have fun later. Hee. Get lost, freak. Oh, he got uncomfortable. I've only had one drink. Kubrick's a good person. What's up, little bro? We need to take him to Jeff. Let's go take him to Jeff. How you doing? Let's go take you to Jeff. We met Jeff earlier. Come on. What's up with that trash? Oh, Jeff's a genius. Hi, Jeff. Why does Jeff look different now? Oh, you're not Jeff. Hey, bro. Jeff's on vacation. I'm Dr. Zenus. Good, just ended. My edibles came in, by the way. Oh, you want to take an edible? I hope they make you relax. Be sure to get comfy and cozy. Remember, only take like a half or a quarter. My friend needs medicine. Super important. If not, boom, dead. I understand. Which medicine? Which medicines? Yeah, Kubrick, which medicines? Erythoxylab leads potassium permanganate. I don't gas like cement too. Wow, you're really not well. Yep. Wee shoo. Don't worry, Kubrick. I have your medicine right here. Holy crap, dude! And you even know each other, huh? So lucky. Said you wanted to wait to be with me to take it. I did. But I did. Do you want to hang out now? I could finish my last script and we could hang out. I didn't want to make you wait and stuff, but yeah, if you want me to. And do you think you escaped the mafia, Kubrick? Crypto's fuming. Come on, Zenus, don't be a buzzkill, bro. Oh, so many lies. Buzzkill, he says. The one who made them cancel my vacation to take you halfway across the world, and I have flat feet, dude. We can tomorrow. I'm just doing Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Yeah, whatever you want, but you don't have to wait for me to take it, you know. This is like the last thing I was gonna do, so it's like I don't mind if you want to hang out after this. I'm not gonna play this full game. I just need to get the vibe. Uh-oh. Pretty shoo. Holy Kubrick, get us out of here. Use your magic. Let's go. Kubrick? Kubrick didn't take us with him. A friend wants to hang out tonight? Okay, we can play tomorrow, but don't feel, you know, don't feel like you have to wait for me to take it, you know? Ow. Ow, holy shit. Ah. Woohoo. Ow. No, leave me alone. Ow. I'm really bad at this. Ow. Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Stop. Ow, stop. What do you mean that didn't hurt you? I threw it right at you. Leave me alone! Stop your cornering. I don't know how to get out of this. Ah! Stop. I don't even know you, dude. Oh! I'm gonna die. I'm just minding my business so if something shows up. Brain dead is not my fault. What? What's happening? Stop! Ugh. Ugh. Ow! I think I'm supposed to die. I feel like this isn't a thing where I'm supposed to survive this. Stop throwing stuff at me! It's really rude. Hey, hurt yourself, Dumbo. Stop. Really mean. Stop. I don't think I'm supposed to survive this. Something tells me I'm not supposed to survive this. Ow. Ow. I'm hanging on with a thread. Just a sweat of life. Oh my goodness. Stop throwing the ones I can't throw back at you. Stop, I know your moveset now. Either you give me the potions that I can throw at you, or you stop. Stop it. Can't hit him. Stop. Am I? Okay, I'll just die. Hold on. Wait. Yes. Wow. Yeah, stupid. Ow. Aw. This is it. That's what I said for Weebo. We do? Me do? Me do. What the fuck? I have to fight him? Oh, whoa, I can catch him. Oh. Oh my god, I could catch them. I didn't know I could catch them. Ow. Fuck. Get out of my way. Yeah, stupid, now you're out of bounds. Yeah, try to get back in here. You won't? Oh, shit. Give me your potions. Eh. Yeah, fuck you, bitch. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, stupid. What can do about it now? Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, stupid, you walked into your own potion. Give me more. Watch out. Watch out. Yeah, you're real scary looking, but I got this. Ugh. Yeah, keep throwing them potions at me, big boy. I'll just keep catching them, because I'm a cool jellyfish. Ah! Oh my god, he kamikazed. I did it! Cubix medicine, a small bag of the flowery mix. It seems to be the only thing capable of curing. Boski, you okay? Wish! Whee! Man, that was... What was that thing? Oh, ouch. I have a side ache coming. Yeah. No! No, Jeff! Hurry, let's go to the bar. I'm drinking now. Time to find help, damn it. I've gotta find some help. It's true, Kubrick, son of a bitch. Alright, let's see. We have his medicine, right? If he wants it, he'll have to help us. Oh, I've made him actually go back. Oh! Let's come back. Go back to us. What's our mission now? Find Kubrick? Kubrick, where are you? Petrov! Petrov! Petrov is gone too! No! There he is. Madu, where were you? For worm's sake, I beg you, save us from this slimy grave. Hey, hands off Loudmouth or else. Or else what? I'll mess him up. I'll mess him up. Can you do something? But I'll fight him. I'll fight him. Yeah, do it. You slime bastard, I'm gonna. Yeah, let me fight him. Guy's a dick anyway. You can't kill me, I'm immortal. Sorry, I was worried. I'm alive. Both your wife relation. Go for me, dude. Hey, bro, Kubrick, where the fuck have you been? Did you get my meds? What's your deal? You left us alone in front of that monster, and we're in a brown bag. It wasn't that hard, bro. We're almost dead. And Jeff, is the one thing you need the medicine, but that doesn't mean. What a bunch of lies. He's just a junkie. You told us you were quitting. What? Yes, finally. Who's the loser now, Roger? Kubrick. What did you do to him? I don't know, but he looks happy. Didn't we call a doctor? The doctor is dead! This is insane. First Clarice, then you with your damn meds, then that thug. Give me my meds, I'll show you what. Fantastic. Shouldn't he get the meds after? I feel bad for Tina. What is happening? Oh no. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Enjoy the beer? This guy likes it. Oh no, no, I'm going to get so woozy. No. Oh, ow. Why does the beer hurt me? Oh, I know. How about something stronger? What the fuck is that? Ow! No! No more drugs! I don't like drugs. Drugs are bad, unless it's the weed. Oh my god, it's a bullet hell. Oh my god, it's a bullet hell. LB, no, please. All the drugs. He's trying to drug me, Chad. He's trying to drug me. I don't know if I can make this. Barry, time to party. Dude, did you have to something now? I was putting the kids to it. Poor Barry, come on, just a little bit, bro. He's gonna count me when I get back. Do it for me, though. He's down. Leave me out of this. Yeah, like, leave me out of this. Ow. I fucked up. I fucked up. Oh. How am I supposed to beat this guy? Dude, you're an asshole. Don't make me peer pressure drink alcohol. It's not nice. How are you going to stop me my shit? Oh my god, I can't get up. It's just a constant downpour of ow, that's really loud. Oh my god. Ah, what the fuck was I supposed to do about that? Woo! That night changed everything. What did it change? How do we get out here? Ugh. Oski? Is this real life? I don't know. I don't remember. Alright, it was a fucking madhouse. That dude, Kubrick. Motherfucker. How did he? What do I do? I want to walk around. Stop with the talking. I want to walk around. What's this? I saw something inside. Oh, okay. It's so hot. Oh, yeah, so whatever. You have win. Stranger. Lost, huh? Read the Aura Celticus. We know stuff. More disco. It's the cradle of life, and it moves us all. This shit, we're doomed. So, am I still drunk already? It could be both. You've been there stiff for like a week. Oh, a week? Guy hasn't smelled his own breath. Or his pits, poor little creature. You walk. Depends. Oh, what? Well, that's valid. Is there water? 50 nepos will give you a jug. Yeah, and a sandwich too. Shut up. We don't have nepos. Shit, we don't have money. Everything's got a price. Make an exception? How about his soul? His soul is not even worth half going. The bluebird, maybe. Please, with the water, we can make it home, and I have money there to pay you. Do you really see the future? What do you think we are? That is our gift. Knowing the future is premium if you don't pay. We do have a free version. Oh, excellent. Path decided with the flower. Once red, the other white. Your choice. What? Means one of the flowers brings good luck, the other one doesn't. So which one is right? That cracks me up. Takes all the fun out of it. White flower. My luck depends on the flower. I chose it randomly. At least it covers my bald spot. Ooh, I have a new hat. Yippee. Face is very spooky. Hey, how long do you think the flower takes effect? It'd be great to get home before dinner. Whee! It's a cowboy hat. Friend, man, I thought we were going to die. Do you know where? Yup. Oh, thanks. What is it? Straight on? Yep. Anyway, thank you. Is there a well or something? Yep. Yup. Oh, okay. Well, he can say more than you. Yup. Shit, that dude, the cactus are my friend. Food. You have food? What the fuck? Why didn't you say? Oh! Uh-oh. Food. Run. Run! Oh, there was a bag. There was a bag of something. No! I have just died? Okay, wait. I know what to do. I have to get the rock. There's a rock. There's a rock. Ooh. Oh, get away from me! Oh my god. It's brutal. Brutal. But I do not have the attention span to play the whole game today. But it's interesting, and I like the music, and it was cool. And I have a headache now, but it was cool. Okay. Let's see. Release date September 2025. Hey. Price into transfer and posting into this one. Is ready, like, but not with the good news. Although this game is ready to release since 2-3 weeks ago. Moving issues with the Steam final approval due to the necessary changes. Steam content, additional content rather, spelling, sold request. Okay, I'm okay. Okay. Currently out on Steam and Nintendo Switch platforms. You can dive woes today. Just be sure not to get too crazy. You may in a place you don't know either. In a place you don't completely end up. You may end up in a place. A world. Your wildest imagination. Okay. yeah, whoa. This is not the greatest song in the world, no. It's a tribute. I have to go to the bathroom. The song in the world now. Tribute. Song in the world. Let me check my VGen. Make sure to see if the client DM'd me. Nope, not yet. Okay, I'm gonna be right back and we'll do something. Either Minecraft or art. I'm not completely sure, but I'll be right back. I gotta go bathroom. I'm back. So I can watch her draw. Oh, that is what you're gonna be doing. You're gonna watch me draw. Smile. And that just means you guys want like hanging out with me. And that means a lot, you know? You know, I am a bit tired and I kind of want to get off. I want to do a little bit of something. A little bit of something. Hello. Hello, Mew. Hello, my wife. Let's see. I'm gonna work on this guy. If you sleep, then go off. Oh, I want to do a little bit of art though. I want to do a little bit. Just want to do a little bit. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I do want to go sleep. Okay, fine. I'll go sleep. Okay, fine. I kind of want to make some food. I kind of do want to make some food though. Andrea's picture pink. It is pink. Oh, I think. Okay. Okay, Wi-Fi convinced me I could go eat. Gotta go sleep. Oh my god. No, I'm not a human. Bro, I saw someone else playing this game. I'm sorry. Fuck, now I feel bad. Wait, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I do a little bit of art. I do art. I do, okay. Listen. I do art for a little bit. And then I'll finish. Yeah. No. I do. Vibrate. It knows. Okay. I got. Oh, okay. A little bit. Just a little bit. I'll finish this line art and then I'll get off for the night. Cause that way I feel productive in my personal project. Wi-Fi, I care making me self-care. So I got self-care. But I just a little bit. Maybe you need to make my mind up. Maybe I don't. Okay. I can't. Oh. I wanna just miss you. Where's my line weight? My line weight is missing. Why is my line weight missing? Does it need to be 8, maybe? I promise I'm not a prima donna. Oops. Not in the way that I need your body. My keyboard is unbelievably unbalanced. Life is overrated. No, it's not. Life is not overrated. You have a life. Vexed, you're going to school. That means you have a life. Gonna eat Vexed face. Okay, but could you keep their eyeballs so they could keep watching stream though? Could you keep their eyeballs so they could keep watching stream? Would you please? Yeah, what Elaine said. Yippee, yes please. That guy did that bad. Night, y'all. Night, Vex. Sleep well. Wait, I missed it. My computer died. I said, sounds good, but can you keep their eyeballs so they can still watch stream? Night, Vexty. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. I'll keep the eyes. Yes. Probably should do this like this. So in case I adjust the tail later, I don't cry that I fucked it up. And I erased all the line art. Masking layers. My friend. I don't know if I like that tail, but let me tell you. I feel like it looks more flamey than like tail. I don't know why. I like the tail. You like it? Okay. Wife likes it, then we like it. Wife likes it, we like it. It is too indecisive. Maybe I'll learn just a little. Maybe that's what I have to learn from wife. How to be a little bit more decisive. Yeah. Okay. The sex and sexy. I put the sex and sexy. I kind of already did this one. So I think I'm gonna keep that one. I might just do this one. Put the sex and sexy. Oof. 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 Sexy. I put the sex and sexy. I put the sex and sexy. I would even underestimate. I put the sex and sexy. Put the sex and sexy. I put the sex and sexy. Oh wow. Mm. 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 Sex and sexy. I put the sex and sexy. I would even undress me. I might keep it like that. I do think this has like I feel like you have a little bit of bunching here. Oh my god. Cancel off. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Oh, that's part of a different layer. Oh, okay. And that's okay. Alma. I just seem wrong. What? I feel like that was wrong. Why do you look wrong? Cancel the incorrect. I think that looks better, but I don't like this. No. Yeah, there we go. I think maybe that'll look better once I get... sleeve armband. The schwamp. I'm the schwamp. You over here. Always to leave you when I put you everywhere. They say no. Other than love. Paper for the Ritz DMs. Ooh. Cute! Looking cute. Good job. Color came out really well. Crazy. Push each other till we go insane. Probably shouldn't do this. We already been through this. No, you're cute. You're cute. Mwah. Mwah, mwah. I'm off to go rinse. Have a good rinse. Have a good rinse. Look at this. Okay, so I think. Wait, go back up. Yeah, so there should be another. Should this be here actually? Okay, so it's gotta be droopy. So it's gotta come down. Where is it? Come from elbow. Need have reference. So go here then. Like that. No. Like this. Goes out. Go out from the elbow. And then another one. It's heavy knit sweater. Don't really have it. It just kind of goes down. So it'd be like. Yeah, like that, and then there we go. But I think this one's on. Yeah. But that's like, it's like with the elbow, and then it goes up. It'd be like that. Any more references? I don't really want to listen to this song right now. Yeah. I guess we could put the sleeve on top. So I have to. Yeah, that might make more sense. And then. I wish I love you. I guess the rest of you. Good job today. Thank you. Have a good shower. Good night. Good night. Like this came out a little bit too much. Oh, cause like it'd be like here, wouldn't it? Almost like it would like pull because it's like heavy. Wait, what? I made oopsies. There we go. I think that works. That one I already did. I'm not ready my horn. Oh. Oh. There we go. Looks a lot off, but we'll fix it later. I just at least want to do this. Boo 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 boo. Get that. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Paste. She's got that boom 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 boom. There you go. Yeah, I think that's right. I just gotta use. I think that looks okay. Yeah. Oh, I have to do the bow. I'll do the bow. I'll take the bow from this one. Thank you for the wellness check. I will drink water once I make this light, and then we'll probably call it for the night. And a boop. Oh my goodness, thank you. Poke this shrimp. You poke this shrimp. Me the shrimp. Me the shrimp. The shrimp. Oh shit. I just want to draw the bow. Oh. That's alright. That works. Don't stop. Don't stop. Oh gosh. Well, final color is in Pog. I will look at it after I finish this last line. Just want to make sure this looks right. Yeah. Okay, cool. Look. Cute! Oh my god. That came out so much more saturated than I thought it would. Very nice. Good job, Buster. I'm so proud of you. Good job. Good job, good job, good job, good job. Did an amazing job. We're gonna go raid somebody now. We're gonna raid Hauki. Go raid Hauki. They're playing Final Fantasy 14. I used to love this game. I used to play this game all the time. They're doing a raid. Looks like they're doing a raid. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you guys enjoy Hauki. They're playing Final Fantasy. And if you want to use a raid message, you can, but you do not have to. I appreciate it if you did, though. Where it came from. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more artsy-fartsy stuff, and probably, hopefully, my new mic will be in. Get a good eep. I hopefully will. Thank you, Buster, for hanging out. Thank you, Vex. Thank you, Miu. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Have fun with Howkey. Goodbye. Goodbye.